Good morning, everyone. If you're sitting over here, it's a little spooky and dark, but I think they're working on that. I'm Laura Breeden. I'm on the board of NDIA and helped start the organization with Angela Siefer, and I'm really pleased to be able to welcome you this morning. How was your evening last night? All right, good, good. Maybe some of you need to have that second margarita. I've been to all the net inclusions, and by far this is the largest one, and I'm also very happy to say it's been the only one with mariachi music, so I hope we get more of that. Today we are live streaming from this main ballroom, so if you have colleagues back at home who are missing net inclusion, please tell them to go to digitalinclusion.org and or find at net inclusion on social media. I'm really loving the city and very impressed with the digital inclusion work that you're doing here. Did anybody go on a community site tour yesterday? Yeah, that was good. Yeah, okay, great. One of the ways we're seeing cities build strong digital inclusion ecosystems is by having city leadership that supports this work. NDIA is grateful to the support we receive from the city while planning net inclusion. I'm very excited then to be able to introduce to you San Antonio Mayor Ron Nierenberg. Mayor Nierenberg is mayor of the city with the 7th largest population in the United States, and it's one of the nation's fastest growing cities. Digital equity is a priority for the mayor. In 2019, pre-pandemic, when launching San Antonio's Digital Divide Survey, the mayor said, broadband internet is no longer a luxury, it's a necessary utility. He totally gets us. And in 2020, San Antonio was the first city in the country to commit to the OATS campaign to connect 1 million senior citizens to the internet. When the mayor signed the Mayors for Aging Connected pledge. In 2022, San Antonio was once again named an NDIA Trailblazer City. And today the mayor is here to welcome us all to the great city of San Antonio.
Good morning. Wow, you guys are up early. Usually when there's a welcome at about 8:30 or 9, half the room is empty, and we blame it on the margaritas the night before. But I heard you already had some, and you're here bright and early, so good on you. Are you all enjoying San Antonio? Great. Well, it is certainly a privilege to welcome the NDIA Net Inclusion Conference here in our town, San Antonio. Now, I'm not really much for bragging, but I do think there's something to be mutually proud of for all of us, because this is the largest net inclusion conference in your organization's history. And of course, we are especially proud that it's right here in the heart of our downtown San Antonio. The record attendance, hallmark sponsors, and participation from officials like U.S. Commerce Secretary Raimondo will truly showcase the work that the National Digital Inclusion Alliance has done to elevate both the conversation and the endeavors surrounding digital equity in our communities. And as you just heard, San Antonio was the first city in the country to commit to the OATS campaign to connect 1 million senior citizens to the internet. Thank you. Much of that advocacy at the time was led by Deanne Cuellar, an incredible San Antonian who at the time was serving as the Texas director for OATS. And from everything I've heard, she's doing incredible work at the Institute for Local Self-Reliance. So I think I can speak for our entire city, Deanne, saying that we are so proud of the work that you're doing and that you continue to do for our San Antonians and for Americans across the country. I also want to thank Angela, Gina, Yvette, and the entire NDIA team for working with Deanne, the City of San Antonio, and our Chief Innovation Officer, Brian Dillard, in my office also, in choosing our city to highlight the very simple fact that broadband is a basic human right. It is a necessary and it is a public utility. That's why that public part trips up a lot of state legislatures, I know. That's why digital inclusion was a pillar of our initial COVID recovery program. That's why there has been a line item in the past 2 city budgets here in San Antonio for OATS to partner with our local senior centers. And that's why organizations like the Digital Inclusion Alliance of San Antonio and SA Digital Connects continue to thrive. And that's why I'm confident much of our work in our community to address our longstanding inequities will begin and end on the internet. It's no secret that San Antonio is one of the most socioeconomically segregated cities in the United States. That is a systemic plague brought upon by decades of callous policies like redlining and geographically proportional public budgets. Praying at the mantra of rough proportionality, we only have continued the inequalities. In 2017, we zeroed in on one concept: equity. It's the focus of how we allocate funds, how we invest in our communities, who we invite to the table, and how we look at our overall health in our communities. I've often been asked why I care to such an extent about digital literacy, inclusion, and inequity. The answer is pretty simple. For a city that's been forced into decades of being disconnected, I mean that in many ways, we cannot possibly bridge those divides in a more equitable and efficient manner than by literally connecting people to the internet. It has become no less vital than our libraries, our green spaces, our electrical grid, and our physical transit infrastructure. To that end, it's also why I launched a voter-approved program to train tens of thousands of San Antonio residents for higher-paying, in-demand careers, because many of those vacancies exist today in our IT sectors. Digital literacy among our workforce across all sectors will be as critical and important as anything else as we bridge our divides, digital and otherwise. Because our communities can more swiftly undo the injustices of the past by connecting us to each other, the present and to the future. So I'm frankly thrilled that you're all joining us here in San Antonio this morning and throughout the week. I hope you enjoy everything our city has to offer. I'm really thrilled that many of you have done some site visits already, and I appreciate you choosing San Antonio. Thank you for recognizing us also as an NDIA trailblazer. Together, in NDIA's words, let's realize the opportunity to use technology to live, learn, work, and thrive together. Thank you. Take care. Have a great conference.
We have another special guest this morning. As you might know, broadband directors in the United States are leading on broadband conference and broadband infrastructure.
things are always bigger in Texas, and this mission, making sure that our folks have the ability and skills to do that, that's something that BDO, myself, and Comptroller Hager are immensely dedicated to. And we'll be developing those plans over the next year. And we ask all Texans to participate in that process. With that note, I do want to give a shameless plug that the Broadband Development Office here in Texas is hiring. I'm sorry, Mayor, San Antonio is beautiful, but Austin's a pretty beautiful place too. So if you do have interest, I know that we are experiencing significant snowstorms across America. Come on. Come on. So, but that again, that's not something unique to Texas either. My broadband leaders across this nation and territories are also have the same experiences. They're also hiring as well too. So this is a great opportunity for folks who are interested in expanding broadband and making sure that our communities are ready for this massive investment of funding. This is an opportunity for you to play a role. So, again, postings are online. Talk to me if you're interested. But with that, again, I want to thank NDIA, the sponsors, the city of San Antonio, Bexar County, and for all you folks who made this event happen. Again, welcome to Texas, y'all. Have a good time. It's gonna be hard not to, all right? Thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Conti. It's an exciting time for Texas. And when I thought about the Four Corners, and then I thought there are all these other like triangle kind of things in Texas. So it's going to be a challenge, and it will be a very exciting to watch the rollout of that. We want to give another huge shout out this morning to our net inclusion team, the staff, the board, and many volunteers on the planning team. And if you're in the room, I want you to stand up. Anybody? Anybody? And jump up and down once. Oh, nobody jumped. Jump, Amy. You're not jumping. Thank you. And now I am thrilled to welcome back my friend and the executive director of NDIA, Angela Siefer, to share some highlights from the past year at NDIA and a look at the future of digital inclusion and the field where we're going. So, Angela, welcome.
I'm going to try this again because it didn't work out so well yesterday. Oh, that's much better. Okay, so I got to take this out. I'm just too short for a podium. Again, I'm going to not do what Yvette told me to do. Don't tell her. Is she here? So what's in my head, and I think is in many of your heads, is how do we keep this going? We can't be like, this is our moment forever. Can't forever be the moment, right? Where's the resources? How do we keep this going? We have this amazing opportunity in front of us, and we don't want it to just stop. You know, all the amazing programs that you all are setting up, if those all end in 5 years, we're all going to do a lot of crying, I think. So if we think about what we really want to accomplish with this money, yes, it's to help lots of folks. But I think what we really want to accomplish is sustained, robust digital inclusion ecosystems in every community. And by sustained, I mean you have the resources you need to run the programs that you're running and to iterate those when you find something isn't right, to fix it, to adjust to new needs that you're finding, the funds to gather the data, to keep showing what the impact that you're having to make those adjustments to your program, not gather data to show people the internet is important. Sometimes I start cursing at this moment, but I won't do that. Having valuable research time spent on showing that access to the internet is important, maybe not a good use of money. What we do need that data to show is how those programs are working and how we can improve those programs, right? That program evaluation, and who is benefiting from that. Because we know the individuals are benefiting, but we also know there's a lot of other folks benefiting from digital equity in our community. So how do we have the information that we need to help them understand that they're benefiting? So where does the money come from that's going to be able to sustain these programs? Right now, I think maybe the money comes from those who benefit, that in addition to the individuals themselves, right? So who benefits? Which industries benefit? Let's just do a little shout outs. Which industries benefit from digital equity? ISPs, okay, internet service providers. Who else? Healthcare. Who else? Education. Who else? Everyone. Nice job. Commerce. Oh, retail. Where's retail? Is retail here yet? No. Is anybody partnering with retail? That has got to change, right? All of those folks are benefiting. And then there's philanthropy. So some philanthropy is engaged in this, not enough philanthropy is engaged in this. And yes, there's philanthropy engaged because they see the value of digital equity. We'll keep working on that until we can get all of them there, which may take us some time. There's also engaging philanthropy because this work benefits the rest of the work they're doing. Are they working on housing? Well, then you got to care about digital equity. Working on education? Well, then you got to care about digital equity, right? It impacts everything else that they're doing. So they need to be at the table because of that reason. Government, we all know government's putting all their stuff online. Then they need to figure out if they are saving any money from doing that and put that money into digital equity. So I would like to say that we're going to find another big pot of money, but unless there's another pandemic, I don't know if that's going to happen. The reality of where we're all going to find funds to sustain our work is going to come from all these different places. And the way that we're going to get there is knowing all the successes that you all have, your success stories, yes, the data, just a general awareness about what you're doing. So talking to everybody, right? So wrapping into your programs, the awareness, the policy discussions, the leadership discussions. Sometimes, and I am one of these people, we get so buried in what we're doing that we're not out there telling people what we're doing. The people in your community know what you're doing, but the people with the purse strings don't know what you're doing. So we have to figure out how to do both of those things. Erin Carr Jordan, where is she at? She has a great strategy. Like, went to a dinner that she held. It wasn't the people she's serving. So first I was like, there are no people here that she's serving. But you know what she did? She was creating awareness among all those purse strings. That's brilliant. The other piece of it is, yes, the feds need to keep kicking in. And we are working on that. And we have an exciting announcement about one of those pieces today, which I will save for later, even though I really wanted to tell you. I'll save it. One of those other pieces, though, is the Affordable Connectivity Program. It's been said multiple times, and I'm just going to say it again. We need more money for the Affordable Connectivity Program. And the way that we get there is that your policymakers and your communities, particularly if you're in a red state, need to understand the value of the Affordable Connectivity Program, right? Right now, we have a lot of widespread support. This is one of those moments when internet service providers and public interest are locking elbows. We are in agreement that this program needs to continue. The long-term plan is that the Universal Service Fund needs to be fixed. It needs to be modernized. But that's going to take time. ACP is going to run out before we can fix the Universal Service Fund. So while folks have lots of arguments about the Universal Service Fund, because there's going to be lots of arguments, while I'm sure they're all going to be very polite. While that happens, we have to get more money for ACP. So I will end with, remember, you guys are the heroes doing the work on the ground, but NDIA has your back. And I hand it back to Laura.
And I'm going to give a little plug off script to say that NDIA really wrote the definition of digital equity. And we did this early on in the formation of the organization because we had to be able to explain what it was. And so we came up with a very clear description, which is now part of the Digital Equity Act, which is part of the IIJA. And I am so proud of our organization's ability to connect to the right issue at the right time and be able to put it into words and be able to convince policymakers to get things done. Not every organization, and ours is not very old, we only started 7 years ago, has the ability to do that, especially one with a very intense grassroots focus, which is what we have. So I could not be prouder of Angela and the staff for all that they've achieved. And I think you will see more of the same coming down the track. So it's very exciting, and as I said, I'm really pleased and proud of where we are. We now have a break followed by a breakout session. We want to see everyone back here right after those sessions for lunch and a fireside chat with U.S. Secretary of Commerce, Gina M. Raimondo. She is an amazing lady, and she's never seen this many digital inclusion supporters in one place. So we're excited to have her here. She is responsible ultimately for the $65 billion that are part of the broadband, the BEAD and DEA portions of the I can never remember. It's Infrastructure and something Jobs Act. No. Innovation? Is innovation? Anyway, she's here. She's coming here on an airplane to talk to us. I also want to mention that the local support team, and this is my last announcement, the local support team has done a great job of putting together some dinner opportunities for us at local restaurants. I have already signed up for the barbecue restaurant, so if you'd like to have dinner with me, you can join me at a barbecue restaurant. There's a bulletin board outside in the lobby area here, and you can sign up there. There's also a QR code for a very cool map of arts opportunities and other opportunities, cultural opportunities in San Antonio. So I urge you to scan that and take a look at that. Thank you all for your attention. We're going to have a great day today, and we have a break now until 10. So we're right on time. Thank you.
10. Wow, this is loud. So we've been asked to ask you all, for those of you who are joining us today, to move up actually closer to the stage, and that is to help our wonderful NDIA staff so they don't have to run several miles during the session to deliver a microphone in case people have questions. So thank you in advance for agreeing to move up a little bit for folks who are here. And it is 10 o'clock, Apple time, so I guess we'll get started. All right, hello everyone. My name is Colin Reinsmith. I am the founder and director of the Digital Equity Research Center, which is located at the Metropolitan New York Library Council. And I'm very pleased, very excited to be here talking about one of my favorite topics, which is digital inclusion ecosystems. I'm joined by 4 wonderful speakers who you will hear from in just a minute.
3 plus 1, but keep going. 3 plus 1, keep going.
Oh, no. We have everyone here is expert, and all of you, and we're really excited to hear from and learn from all of you in this session as well. So just a couple things before we get started. I did want to point to the collaborative note-taking document that is available for all of you to take notes in, share highlights, things that you're learning about, so other people can benefit as well. So that is linked to through the, is it Sked? Sked. I have such a hard time pronouncing that. I don't know why. Sked. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Thank you, Jess. So through this, I've already forgotten it. Sked. Thank you. I just have to repeat myself. Sked app. There's a link to the collaborative note-taking document. Also in the document, I added a few links to reports. Selfishly, things that I have been involved with around building digital equity ecosystems, and that I hope you'll find helpful both in building digital equity ecosystems as well as sustaining and measuring. So getting to, I think, what Angela was saying in our opening comments about making sure that we're gathering data that we need to show the impact in our work. There are a couple of documents there as well that hopefully will be helpful for you. Before we get started with the first question and getting to know our wonderful panelists here, I also want to say that you will hear us using the phrases digital inclusion, digital equity, and I may even throw in digital justice ecosystems in this session. And they're all relevant and important in our work. We are centering equity in the work, and so you'll hear from folks on the panel how they are centering equity in their work. But I think it's important to recognize that when we talk about digital inclusion, we're also centering equity and justice in the work. But the definition, the definition that we will start from today is a definition of digital inclusion ecosystems from the National Digital Inclusion Alliance. For those of you who haven't seen the wonderful definitions page on NDIA's website, they define a digital inclusion ecosystem as a combination of programs and policies that meet a geographic community's unique and diverse needs. Coordinating entities work together in an ecosystem to address all aspects of the digital divide, including affordable broadband devices and skills. So by the end of the session today, we really hope that all of you will walk away with a much better understanding of the following, of different elements of a local digital equity ecosystem. Community strategies to support your local digital equity ecosystem, including coalition building. We know that local coalitions play a huge role in this work, and I'm sure some or maybe all of you are involved in coalition work in your area. So we're going to talk about why that matters within building ecosystems to support the work. And also we'll talk about the challenges and strategies in this work as well. I think you'll hear some wonderful examples from our panelists about that this work is not easy, right? And there are challenges. It's about community building, community engagement, and community empowerment, and that it's hard work that takes time. Lastly, we'll start off for about 40 minutes hearing from folks, a couple rounds of questions before we open it up to all of you And there's that really interesting looking microphone that will be available. There it is, a box of fun that will be passed around. So if you raise your hand if you have a question or for the panelists, or you want to share your stories of work you're doing, raise your hand, and Abby and the wonderful NDIA staff will bring you a mic. Okay, I think I got all the housekeeping out of the way. So with that, I would like to start with an opening question to our panelists. I'd like to ask everybody to please introduce yourself, and in your introduction, please tell us why digital equity ecosystems matter to you and your work. So maybe we'll just go down the row here, and Jess, we'll start with you.
Sure. Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday and welcome to Texas. My name is Jess Ross, and I am the Executive Director for Austin Freenet. Austin Freenet is a nonprofit organization that was founded in 1995 to help Austinites with digital inclusion and digital equity. It was founded by somebody who worked for the city of Austin and was tasked with creating their first ever website. Once they completed the website, they were very proud, but they realized that the resources available on that website would not be accessible to the people who need them the most. And so Austin Freenet was created. We were the first organization to bring computer labs into Austin Public Library systems. And in 2021, we were the first organization to bring digital navigators into Austin Public Library systems. Our ecosystem in Austin, we are very fortunate to have a wonderful ecosystem, but we rely heavily on that ecosystem to make sure that our marginalized communities are taken care of. I'm looking so forward to this conversation today. We have a great panel and I'm happy to be here. Thanks.
Great, thanks so much. Jeff?
Wonderful. Hi, y'all. I'm Jeff Milner. I'm the COO at the Enterprise Center in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I think the best thing about this conference and the deep irony of being up here is that I can exchange places with any one of you and we could have a very similar conversation. It's incredible to be here, to be with so many peers. This has been my experience with the panels. It's a room full of experts. So I want, before saying anything else, welcome to the meta ecosystem. Like, here we are. We are very serious about the question part of, we want this to be conversational. Our kickoff work together just turned into a conversation with about 3 minutes in. So please participate. We want to learn from you as much as we want to share. The Enterprise Center is nominally an economic development partner, originally to the city of Chattanooga, the county, and now we work statewide across Tennessee. We work with partners around the region, including a tri-state region, thanks to Thrive, who's sitting in the front row with me, and will judge everything I have to share with you if it is inaccurate, as will Dan from Tech Goes Home. Thank you all for taking that table. At the Enterprise Center, in this economic development lens, we're really thinking about economic mobility, about systems, about long-term change. In Chattanooga, one of the things that we have that has made us unique, but I think is an opportunity for every community in the country at this moment in time, is our municipal fiber network. What does that mean for people who live there? Good things have always happened in Chattanooga. How are we thinking about this resource we have differently in a way that means for those who have been disconnected, who have not succeeded when Chattanooga has succeeded, have the agency to determine what that looks like going forward. So at the Enterprise Center, we focus on things like the Innovation District, on the innovation ecosystem, on participating in the innovation economy, on storytelling around that work and telling stories about Chattanooga to Chattanoogans, thinking about digital literacy and digital equity from that perspective. How do you participate, participatory government? What are those small barriers that, by meeting people where they are on social media and places like that, do they have different agency? Around smart cities and emerging technologies, I think a lot about the possibility of not closing a divide, but rather shifting it, moving from folks who are getting online for the first time to folks who have 25 gig access to their home. We've closed something, but we've moved something else. How are folks participating not just on those on-ramps, but in what's happening at the far end of the spectrum? And then deeply, deeply, thanks to an incredible team, quite a few of whom are here, around digital literacy, digital skills training, internet access through programs like Tech Goes Home, which we begged, borrowed, and stole from Boston, have adapted and now run in a couple different ways statewide for early childhood educators, for older adults, in addition to Deeply in Chattanooga. We've had more than 8,000 participants since we launched that program in 2015. We also help in partnership with our school district and our municipal ISP, EPB, in a program we launched at the beginning of the pandemic, HCS Ed Connect, where any student with economic need can receive 300 megabit symmetrical service at no cost to their homes, enough access for their whole families. This was our pre-ACP, ACP at no cost. We've got more than 16,000 students connected to that program. More than a third of our school district receives internet access thanks to this. That's a brief outline of just some of the work the Enterprise Center is involved in. On the ecosystem side of things, you know, there's not a thing we do that isn't in partnership. There isn't a thing where we're working alone on something. I think about that network. Chattanooga is an incredibly networked town. I don't know if that resonates with other folks, but the idea of if you're inside that network, things are easy. If you're not, they're impossible. How do we change that dynamic? How does digital equity and digital equity ecosystems change who has agency in a network society in so many ways? And I'm droning on, so I'm gonna shut up.
Thanks,
What else
Jeff.
do you do, Jeff?
Mikhail.
Hi. My name is Mikhail Sundust. I'm the executive director at Digital Connect in the Gila River Indian community, which is just south of Phoenix. So being that we are in the Gila River Indian community, our main focus is indigenous people. We are sort of a sub-department of the Gila River Telecommunications, Inc., which is our phone and internet provider, which is owned by the tribe. So it's like a sort of like a municipally owned, but it's a tribally owned ISP. And they started this this initiative. It's called the Digital Connect Initiative originally, as out of a sense of obligation to the people that we serve at GRTI. So not only is it important for us to provide internet service, phone and internet service in their homes, but also to make sure that they are equipped with the access, with the skills, with the devices, with everything they need to participate in our digital ecosystem. So they started the Digital Connect Initiative, and I've only been there for about a year, so this is all very new to me. One thing that I like about this panel is I get to learn from all my fellow panelists, along with you in the audience, about all the amazing things that you guys are doing. But for me, I would say, you know, what's so important about digital ecosystems, as Jeff just said, is not we can't do anything without the partners in our community. To me, it's, you know, this idea that every aspect of our life requires digital inclusion, or to say it the other way, digital inclusion touches on every aspect of our lives, whether that's education or healthcare or business. Every aspect of our lives is important to the work that we do. And so it's an honor to be doing this work in Gila River. It's exciting, and we are building our ecosystem. I guess one way that I would look at it is the ecosystem already exists, but in order to be intentional about it, we have to create those partnerships with the organizations that are already there in our community, like the schools, like the service centers, like we have a small juvenile detention center, which has programs to help youth, you know, prepare for the future and get on the right track. So partnerships like that are crucial to the work that we do in Gila River. And I'm excited to learn more from you guys and how we can expand at DCI. Thank you.
Well, I'll just say that, Mikhail, we're excited to learn from you as well. So thank you. And Patricia.
Yeah, hi, good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here with this panel, and like everybody else, I'm here to learn. This is my second Net Inclusion Conference. I came last year for the first time, and I was totally inspired. So this past year has been a very busy one for me, working within my organization to advance digital equity. I am the development director at Westchester Library System, which is a cooperative system in Westchester County, New York, which is just a little north of Manhattan and a little south of Poughkeepsie, right on the river. And we represent 38 independent member libraries. As a director of development, my role is somewhat untraditional. Yes, I do write grants and I seek funding from private and public sources, but a big portion of my work is also working with our library community outreach services to identify the needs, challenges, and programs in our communities to advance digital literacy and advance equity across the board. It's a core value of our library system. So why do digital equity systems matter? Well, for us, they matter because we know to advance equity, we cannot do it alone. Library staff is on the front line. We're in the community, and the community comes to us for all kinds of support, information, and resources. We are a trusted entity in the community, and our librarians and library staff deal with patrons in all kinds of distress, including digital distress. Librarians were actually digital navigators way before we had the term digital navigators. In our library outreach work, we see a wide digital gap. We've learned that we can only affect change when we work as a team, internally and externally. To advance digital equity, we need to build, foster, and strengthen collaborations and partnerships with state and local government, community-based organizations, social service agencies. We even work with food pantries, as well as our 38 member libraries. And we can do that because we've been working in collaboration and partnership for over 60 years, and our libraries have been doing it for many, many more. So again, I'm happy to be here, and I'm really looking forward to learning more from all of you.
So I don't know if this was planned, but Patricia and I are part of the same regional library council. So essentially what you're seeing here is we're giving our panelists a big squeeze in the middle from the libraries on either side. And that's really what ecosystems are all about. So I'm really excited to hear more from everyone today. So, so the first question that we'll throw out to our panelists is what are some concrete community strategies to support your local digital equity ecosystem, including any experience that you might have with building local coalitions? Does anybody want to take that first? Patricia? Yeah.
Well, I can talk a little bit about it. You know, when I was here at the conference last year, I was sitting with some colleagues from Westchester, and, you know, we heard the term digital equity ecosystems, we heard about coalitions, and we looked at each other and we said, so what's happening in Westchester? And I think we were the only ones from Westchester County at the conference last year. So we came back home and we said, we've got to bring people together. We've got to begin the conversation. We knew from our own work and our own partnerships that a lot was being done, but a lot of people were working in silos. So we really, you know, it took us a while, but eventually we were able to gather a group of people together, and we started to form a digital coalition, digital equity coalition, and it's been really a very interesting process. As my colleague Meg Kaufer likes to say, it's a problem everybody recognizes, digital equity, but nobody wants to own it. And so all of us are working together to really build this coalition, but it's not easy because it's work and time, and we all wear other hats doing other jobs. I will admit that I wrote a proposal to our county executive asking for just a relatively small amount of money to form the coalition, and I was turned down. And, that was a little disappointing, but it got the conversation going with the county executive's office and with the Department of Economic Development. They started to see that, what we were talking about was really important on so many levels. And we were actually, I hate to say it, I hope they're not listening, I don't mean this in a bad way, but we were really behind. So they said, come back to us when you have something really concrete. So we're really working on that. But again, it takes time, but don't give up.
Go ahead.
No, please.
Well, so in Gila River, we're sort of in a similar situation in terms of we're in the development of creating, as I was saying earlier, intentional ecosystems. Like I said, I think that these ecosystems already exist. When I got to Gila River last year, the schools are doing technology training with the kids. There are public resources available at our library, and through different programs at the service centers, but they're all just sort of disconnected from each other, and they're all doing their own thing. And when Digital Connect was created, I sort of realized, as I was doing the work over the course of last year, building the program, laying a foundation, that these programs are already out there, and in order to be most effective, we have to start to work together with them. So what I started doing last year is just going out into the community, every district. So just a little bit of background. Gila River Indian Community is about 300 square miles. It's pretty broad, like laterally, it's from east to west. It stretches the entire Phoenix Metro Valley. And so it's pretty spread out, and there are 7 districts throughout the Gila River Indian Community. Each of those districts has its own sort of governing committee, almost like a very small city government. And each of those committees has monthly, twice per month meetings. So what I started doing is going to those meetings in the evenings from 6 to 8 p.m. and introducing myself and saying, this is who we are, this is what we do. We're not, I had to stress, we are from the community, so we're a part of you to build that trust. We're not asking for anything. We're not going to charge you. It's a free service to community members, and just sort of build that trust with them to begin the process of really creating this intentional ecosystem. So that was sort of step one in the work that we're doing. But now we're doing it again this year. We're going to the district meetings, and we'll be meeting with the school board, the school boards in our community, and just again building the trust and the relationships with everybody in the community so that we can pull those strings, all those disparate strings together and say, this is what Gila River as an entire community, not just Digital Connect, is doing to address the digital divide.
I would love to build off a couple of things, Pat, Mikhail, that you mentioned. Just thinking about the Enterprise Center for a second, we work in the middle of so many of these spaces. So some of our work is really like having to think about who is the ecosystem. I think the idea of the silos, particularly when we're thinking about something like digital equity, which in some ways isn't even about itself. It's about its impact on health, on agency, on education, on all these other big systems that makes it complicated, but also opens all kinds of possibilities because it does have a space in all of these other domains. So how we break down those silos, and then, Mikhail, just to build on trust. I've got 3 trite phrases that I'm going to turn into kind of an actionable thing. I that we do that I hope might be useful. A colleague in Pittsburgh described their work once, and it's always resonated with me as creating the conditions for success. This is the thing we care about. How do we set it up so that it works, and not just works the first time, but continues to work and can happen again and again and again, and so that it lives beyond whoever started it, whatever individuals were involved, but enters into kind of the systems conversation. So the three ways I always think about doing that. The first is buy the donuts or the burrito tacos or the other regionally specific cuisine. That was the best I had for San Antonio. I'm sorry, y'all. Whataburger, something like that. But be the one to buy the thing. Be the convener. Bring people around the table. Sometimes it is that simple. If people aren't talking to each other, how do they start talking? And, you know, in this space, the folks around these tables can be those conveners. The second thing is, you know, the old adage about when the best time to plant a tree is. Libraries have been planting trees for as long as there have been books. You know, in this work, you know, the best time was 20 years ago. Now is the second best time. One concern that I have in truly how much opportunity there is at the moment around funding, around just the interest and number of folks in this space is that when those things didn't exist, when we had to be scrappier, we were going after every $10,000 grant. We were trying to figure out like how we could turn education funding into digital equity funding. And I think because there's so much opportunity at the moment, there's a chance that we're sitting back and waiting for, we can do this when, instead of how I think so many of us who've been in the space have been, you know, just how do we pull together enough to do this work? And so I will call attention to your failed proposal as not being that, but even the opportunities around those $10,000, what's on the table right now, again, to bring folks around the table to start doing something, whether it works or not. I think our history of success at the Enterprise Center has been failed grants and grants for $10,000, $5,000, $20,000 turning into $500,000, turning into $1 million, and 8, 10, 12 partners participating in those grants. Funding spread around, but like that starts to turn into more sustainable work.
It's kind of like if you build it, they will come. You know, I think that's what I've learned in our early stages of creating this coalition in our county. As you know, basically, it's we're just going to build it. That, you know, we'll figure it out. You know, we have a really strong core group of leadership organizations that are willing to take it on. I don't know if we can sustain it without some kind of funding or structure, but I really think as we build it, we will get the support that we need.
I would add to the, you know, once it's built, there's a lot of work related to keeping people coming to it.
Absolutely.
Just the building is important. You've got to start building now.
Right.
And then the last thing is, I mean, progress moves at the speed of trust. Our CEO, Deb, says this all the time. Progress moves at the speed of trust. And I think it is so important when you are a trusted partner, when you are the ecosystem partner serving as the gateway to the folks that matter so much to us, that the folks our organizations are there to serve, that these exercises are not trust expending exercises, but are trust building exercises. So when you are bringing people into these coalitions, when you are doing this work, it's not about leveraging the trust so much as finding a way that the thing you're doing continues to build it, that it's not something that disappears on folks for whom program after program has disappeared, and the reason that they don't trust the other entities complaining about why they're not trusted. The simple solution This is not a simple solution. But a thing that we do that I think is really important, after every one of these meetings, ask who wasn't there. Whether it's in the survey afterwards and you ask the other participants who they think should be around the table, whether it's the big white poster board and sticky notes, ask people who is missing and figure out how to bring them in.
Nice. I'm really fortunate to live in Austin and have a very established and healthy ecosystem with lots and lots of support. So I, noticing how other organizations are struggling to start their organization, I'm very grateful for the support that I have in Austin. I can see some Austinites in the corner in my ecosystem supporting me over there. So I'm just really, really grateful. We established our ecosystem in 1995. So that was 2 years after the inception of public internet. So as Jeff was saying, yes, you should have started it 20 years ago, but that doesn't mean that you can't start now. As an established organization in digital inclusion, I get a lot of organizations who are starting, who are new, who need help, who want resources, who don't know what to do, where to go, how to do it. And they come to Austin Freenet for assistance and guidance. And when I came into the digital inclusion space, I was only welcomed and only accepted and given so much tremendous support that I feel that it is my responsibility in my role to make sure that anybody who comes to me gets that support too. I think the digital inclusion space is one of the most inclusive spaces, and there's really not any gatekeeping that I can see. So everybody is here to help. I think it would be beneficial to get into your head that you cannot do what you're doing alone. Nobody can. And we are stronger together. And the people that you work with probably specialize in things that aren't your specialty. And so working together is really the key to get movement in the goals and the missions that you want. And it really doesn't matter if you started 20 years ago or 20 minutes ago. I think consistency and walking the walk goes a really, really long way. And transparency. If you can't walk the walk right now, tell us that you can't walk the walk right now. And we'll see what we can do to help. But that has been my experience in ecosystems and watching them grow and thrive.
All right. So y'all are making it sound really easy. I've been studying this work for a while, and you all are like the success stories, right? It takes a long time to get to the space of building ecosystems. Mikhail, I love what you said about that the ecosystem exists, and it's really about this sort of intentional ecosystem building, which I really love that. Because I think from those of us who are inspired by community development work and community development theory as an academic, one of the things that I've learned is that there are strengths everywhere in our community, right? There are assets everywhere in our community. And so I love the idea of thinking about then how to show up and how to recognize the assets that exist. But that's not easy. So I'm going to throw a curveball question that nobody was prepared for. Everybody's starting to sweat a little bit up here.
I love this.
All right.
Anyone want to come? Okay.
What I would love to hear about is for you to share, and I think it's okay to be vulnerable. This is a safe space, a giant safe space that, please tell us about some difficulties that you've had. What's hard in this work, and where are moments where maybe you felt like giving up, quite frankly, but realized that you had to push forward. Is there any one of you, a brave soul, that would be willing to start us off?
I will go first. I volunteer as tribute. So Austin Freenet has been around for 27 years. I have not been at Austin Freenet for 27 years. I've been at Austin Freenet for about 3 years, and I became executive director in 2021. So we have a lot of established connections within the community, but they were not established to me. I was brand new and new into the industry. My background is in music business management. So there was a lot of reconnecting that I had to do, and there was a lot of trust that I had to rebuild, even though my organization had done nothing wrong. And we're doing what we had always done. I was the new leader at the helm, and I had to prove myself. And so there were organizations who didn't trust me right away and didn't really want to open up and work with me as they would have maybe my predecessor. But I think being consistent, being honest, showing up, doing the hard work, and walking the walk has made a difference. And in under a year, those relationships have been reconnected and are thriving. So that's just to say that even an old organization will have to start and do new things every now and then.
Thank you. Anyone else? How much time do we have?
30 seconds. No, just kidding.
So,
Plenty of time.
like a gas, I'll just fill up what space you give me. So many come to mind, but a couple in particular, and related to the nature of ecosystems, nature of power. What I would incorrectly describe as a Venn diagram, I think is a Euler diagram of what an ecosystem is, and these relationships, separate projects, separate things that are happening within the ecosystem that involve different layers of partners, right? No one entity can control what that looks like, nor should they. But that means that there are different concerns, different needs, inherently very, very complicated. And they don't always line up. What people want, what organizations need, what challenges they're facing, et cetera. And I think one of those, when you care so deeply about the work that you're doing, and think that your way of doing that work is right, failing to stop and listen, knowing to step back, knowing that these things are inherently messy. I think I can think of an instance in just about every project where the plan ends up in the center instead of what we were trying to do. And that moment of stepping back and not controlling something. I think too, again, about the complexities of these ecosystems and partners, just a silly thing that we ran into, seemingly silly thing, actually around our EdConnect program that we thought was, running smoothly, et cetera, et cetera, no cost, 300 megabit symmetrical service. What else is there to say? And realizing that, again, our communities change. Folks leave positions, folks move. So this is where I'm gonna push back a little bit on the idea of if you build it. We built it. And then we sort of step back or step forward on so many other things and forgot to keep doing that basic stuff, which was the check-ins with the partners, to make sure that, the folks had been there, but also the new folks knew about everything. We just ran into some communication challenges around what the service was, how you got it, even how the process by which a family could enroll, because it had found its way through the ecosystem. It had, played the game of telephone, and because we had thought that was solved, we thought we'd built that, and we'd moved on to the next challenge we had to deal with, that maintenance piece. That making sure folks stayed connected, not that once we'd invited them in, they were there to stay. And using that lens, looking at so much of our other work, the relational work, the ongoing, making sure folks know how to stay engaged, feels really, really important. And it was just one of those moments of looking back, why didn't we do that?
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. Mikhail?
Yeah, I'm sitting here just coming up with a lot of examples.
Share.
This is, you're right, Colin. We did make it sound too simple. Go to your community meeting and present, and then they'll trust you, and then you'll be included in their community. It's definitely not that easy. So one example is difficulty building trust, which was already touched on. But in my case, just a brief anecdote is there already is a community technology center in Gila River. They have a computer lab. It's open to the public. They can do digital skills training classes. And when they found out about us, they were threatened, and they like they don't want to talk to me. And we're within the same community. We serve the same people. We're from the same people. And so opening those doors can be difficult sometimes, even with people who are within your own same community. And so I definitely took notes when Jeff was talking. I'm going to buy them donuts and see if they'll let me in. Another one is low turnout. I think we've probably all faced this. You go to a community event or you host a class and you get like 2-3 people and you're like, oh man, this is it. Like I was hoping for 10, 15, 20. And so the importance of marketing, for us, it's not just building trust one-on-one, which is like, I would say most important, but also you got to get your name out there. You have to have a good marketing plan, at least to raise awareness and let people know what you're doing. Word of mouth is super important. Another one is finding what works for different audiences. So even within our own community, we have a variety of different audiences. The way I speak when I'm at an elder concerns meeting is different when I speak to the youth. And I learned that the hard way. So we had a presentation to the youth council in Gila River last summer, and I bombed. Like, I was like, I know maybe you think I look young up here, but I am an old man, and I have a hard time connecting with the youth. And I just wasn't speaking their language, and they were giving me, you could hear a pin drop, and I was just like, oh man, don't you guys care about digital inclusion? I wasn't speaking their language. So know your audience, understand how to, different audiences within the same community respond different ways. So get to know them uniquely. And then last one is, you sort of touched on it, Jeff, but sort of like a fear of lack of control.
Yeah.
Within an ecosystem, you can't control everything. And so I'm learning that in Gila River, DCI is one part of the ecosystem, and we are ideally, a big part of it where we can sort of use our influence and help guide things, but we can't control anything or all of it. And so in that regard, it's been a challenge to find a way to align our priorities with others. So for example, the Gila River Healthcare Center, they have their own telehealth goals and they want to do things their way. And so we have to be adaptable and learn how to work within their system so that we can still bring those resources to the community. It doesn't have to be our way. It can just be whatever works for the end user. So learning to align our priorities with the different organizations is also super important and challenging.
I just want to say that I spoke to a middle school classroom about entrepreneurship, and I just felt that in my soul.
Yeah.
Mikhail, that silence was the worst silence I have ever experienced.
Patricia.
Well, I guess our experience is a little bit different. As I said, librarians have been digital navigators for decades, right? If you go to any library, any one of our libraries, we have over 600 public use computers, probably close to 700 public use computers that are being used constantly 7 days a week. These are people who do not have a connection at home, or they don't have their own computer, so they're doing their job search, they're doing their emails, they're connecting with family, all in the public library. We recognized that while there were this group of people that were coming to the library for these services, we knew there were others who were not coming to the library. So through our outreach programs, we began to do more outside of the library. And I was telling Colin about this earlier. We did get an ARPA grant, a sub-award to do digital equity on the road. And we had a partner, a commercial partner, who ran a digital arts organization, and they had a fully equipped, beautiful digital van. In fact, I had raised some money before pandemic for mini grants that allowed the van to go to various libraries and do programming. The libraries loved it. It was great. But with the pandemic, the business was not able to survive, and he was selling the van. Well, it was about the time that we were developing the program for digital equity on the road, and we thought, hey, why don't we lease the van? Let's try it out. Well, you know, that sounds great, sounds like a simple project. It took months to get the, you know, go through all the lease, the bureaucracy, all of that. Then somebody had to drive it. Then we had to work out a schedule going out to the various community partners with the van. In some places, the van was so big they didn't have space for it. But during that interim, while we were waiting for the van, we decided to just do table events in the community, whether it was community festivals, the food pantries, or, you know, just any event where we knew that we could capture or had the potential to capture folks who were not coming to the library. And we were able to sign them up with library cards. We brought devices with us, showed them how to use the devices, how to connect. We brought MiFi devices. We were lending devices and Chromebooks out through the libraries. So people didn't know that even these folks had no idea that you could actually borrow a Chromebook from the library for an extended period of time. So, so it was really an opportunity for us to make these connections in the community, develop that relationship, strengthen the relationship with some of the organizations. But one critical thing, and part of the grant did fund a part-time digital navigator, bilingual digital navigator, because we knew that that was important. Well, what we didn't figure out is how long it would take to find the right person and somebody who is bilingual who could do this work. So, you know, we had a short amount of time for this program. We had the money, but being able to put all the pieces together to do what we intended to do was a bit of a challenge. So we had to pivot constantly. We had to review what we were doing and say, okay, this is not working. What can we do that still is within the spirit of the grant, but is more applicable to what the needs were at that time. So I think, you know, one of the biggest lessons for us was that things take much longer than you ever expect them to. And the other part is that you have to be flexible. You have to be able to pivot. And that having, like, you know, like you said, the conversations constantly and being listening to what's going on is really, really important. Communication is key.
Great, thank you so much, Patricia. So you have heard much from us at this point. We'd love to open it up a little bit to your questions, learn more from all of you, and Abby has the box with a microphone in it. And I was told, I think you have to hold it still. Is that right, Abby? Yeah. So when you're talking into it, it's hard not to, you know, for those of us who gesticulate, you have to, I guess, just hold it tight. So questions?
Dana, do you want to catch it?
Yeah, oh my God. That's so brilliant. I just, the kids at home. I wonder if Patricia, right?
Yes.
I was wondering if I could like ask a question to follow up on that.
Sure.
So I'm with Tech Goes Home, and our entire model is based on partnerships and ecosystems. However, something that is very obvious is that there's a whole lot of people who aren't part of zero ecosystems. They don't go to the library. They don't participate at the Enterprise Center. They are on their own, and often immigrant populations, whatever it might be. So I'd love to hear people talk about maybe strategies that you've used to get at I think Jeff said, someone said in the panel, like, you know, how do you get to the people that most need the resources? And those are often the people who are not part of ecosystems.
Mm-hmm.
So Does that make sense?
Yep, and actually, that's the thing about being a library system, is that our community outreach services are, reach those vulnerable populations. So we've already been doing that in so many ways in terms of our literacy programs. So working with organizations that focus on new immigrants, organizations and partnerships working with the senior population. We also have a very robust partnership with the Department of Corrections working with reentry. And we were able, over the last year or so, to do, particularly with reentry, even more programs that are digital skill focused. In fact, we have a New York State Innovation Grant for 2 years to support digital skill training for recently formerly incarcerated, and where they get the training, on-ramp training through the STEM Alliance. They get a Chromebook, and then they get a 1-year subscription to Wi-Fi. And we provide through our digital library digital navigator, lots of resources to help them in their reentry into society. So, I think for us, key was we were already working with those vulnerable populations and developing those relationships and had some trust. But now it's going deeper, much deeper. There's one organization in our community that focuses on new immigrants, and they have a computer lab. We're working with them to develop a stronger partnership with the local library, where those folks come to the library, they learn about library resources that are available to them, and vice versa. So it's strengthening that bond. Does that get to it?
I think I'd add, this, just the creativity, the non-traditional partners in work like this. Some of those questions of who's missing, but who can I go talk to? This isn't, it's a system and it's not a system, but that base level of awareness, even in places where you haven't been able to work yet. For us, one example might be, the pastor networks. There are a few different networks like that in Chattanooga. Some use phone trees. Some have more formal meeting, but a place by which referrals and that first relationship you build there turns into those other relationships. It's doing the stuff you don't know if it's going to bring anything back, but it is about building relationships in those places. On the opposite side of the sort of informal, those networks, Pat mentioning the refugee and rights coalitions, the folks that are doing, out community-based work, grassroots organizations, one space. Our school system, I know school districts can sometimes be difficult to work with. Big bureaucracies can be difficult to work with for reasons that individuals at those organizations are fully aware of. But those partnerships, those folks who have reach, who have different resources, who have different levels of case management, court systems, et cetera, spaces to build relationships, maybe not even necessarily with the organizations, but with the people who care in those organizations. It's, serendipity isn't a system, but the number of folks who've come to us through those referrals who we found and have turned into longer standing relationships shouldn't be discounted either.
I would also say don't underestimate the power of word of mouth. Word of mouth has come through in a clutch for me, and it's faster than Facebook or any marketing that you can pay for. So if your clients can speak on your behalf, that would be great. But usually those organic conversations of happy clients talking to their friends, their relatives, their neighbors will turn around and have a really, really positive effect for you.
Great. A few more questions over here.
Making me nervous. Do you want to catch or do you make me answer?
Fun. So I'm Carissa with Digitunity, and we look at device ecosystems. maybe a sub-ecosystem within the device ecosystem. So I have a two-part question. One is about language. I find myself apologizing for using the term ecosystem by saying, oh, it's such an overused term, or it's an ambiguous term. And Colin, I cannot thank you. I eat up every word that you put out around
thank you.
ecosystems. But what I want to talk about is that language is like, it's not interchangeable with partners. It's not interchangeable with networks. There's something secret, connective. We just keep coming back to that word. There's something in there that I think we do well to use those, whatever that secret sauce of why are we using ecosystem and not the other words? That's my first question. And then my second question is, as an example of us as a subsystem with maybe in the larger digital equity subsystem, devices, ecosystem, digital inclusion ecosystem, we got the health ecosystem, we got the transportation ecosystem. How do we protect ourselves from creating more silos?
So if it's okay, I'm gonna respond to your first question, because I've been spending a lot of time thinking about it. And, I think that the ecosystem language is so important within this space in particular, because really it's about, and we have a lot to learn from nature, obviously, right, in this process. And really that should be our starting point. And in nature, it's about interactions. And I think to me, what's so powerful and so obvious, but needs to be nurtured, are the social and community interactions that also interact with our other environments, like our natural environment. So, in particular, I would imagine as a device refurbishing, organization, or an organization that focuses on devices, there's a life cycle to devices, right? They don't last forever. They'll eventually, could be refurbished and go back into an ecosystem. So I think we have a lot to learn from nature, and I think that ecosystems are just a really wonderful way to actually realize that all the multiple ecosystems, if we're doing our work well, we're interconnecting with other ecosystems that are supportive of hopefully our shared goals and aspirations. So that's just one way that I've sort of, I keep coming back to it as well. But I think we have a lot to learn from nature in this process. So, but I don't know if anyone else wanted to add.
Yeah, Colin, so this sort of gets at why I was saying earlier that I believe these ecosystems already exist. We just have to be intentional about it. So again, before Digital Connect started doing anything in our community, there were people in the community who were saying, hey, use this app to pay your bill, or use this website to make an appointment with your doctor. And there was those kind of things already were there. But when we're intentional about it, and we sort of we build the trust, make those connections with the partners in our communities, then we can guide that work to better benefit our citizens. So, for example, some of the partners that some we have already established relationships, some we are building in Gila River are the Boys and Girls Club. So, we're getting into the Boys and Girls Club. They already have their own thing. They have their curriculum, and it's not all digital inclusion, but computers are a part of what they do. The Caring House, which is like an elderly sort of retirement home, their primary mission is caring for the elders there and their well-being and their health, but they also provided iPads so that the elders could connect with their families and browse the web and do whatever they wanted. I already mentioned the Gila River Healthcare and the sort of their telehealth app platform that they use. So when we enter this space, as Colin said, we're learning from nature that this already sort of exists, but we can be a little bit more intentional when we partner with those organizations. So I think the term ecosystem fits very nicely for what we're trying to do in Gila River.
I think to quickly build off that, to answer part of the second question too about.
Thank you, Jeff.
What's that?
Thank you for jumping in on the second question.
To that intentionality over time is how not to be sidelined within an ecosystem. I talked about sort of the trust expending versus trust building. You know, your participation in that ecosystem is one that continues to bring value to the other partners, that it is, and, you know, it requires asks of the ecosystem as well, but sort of that net participation. And I think it's something that, you know, it can't happen overnight. There will be setbacks, there will be grants that do not work, there will be partnerships, there will be people who get offended, there will toes that get stepped on. It's the nature of the thing. But I think it is that time piece and continuing to show up, continuing to offer what it is you can offer. That builds that trust, that turns into you remain around the table, whatever your role in the ecosystem itself.
Anyone else want to respond before I move on?
When I hear silos, I think missed communication. So if you're seeing silos in your ecosystem, I would reach out to those specific silos and see how you guys can partner, how you can work smarter and not harder, and make another connection.
Isn't the microphone box fun? Doesn't everyone just want to talk into the microphone box?
It's very fun.
Yes.
Hi, so my name is Mary. I work in an economic development organization in Southwestern Illinois. So I was wondering if you guys had any insight or are part of a more regional ecosystem, because it sounds like you all are sort of centered at least within a county or a city. And I was wondering if you guys had any insight on how to work in a much broader geographical area.
Yeah, I'll quickly answer by saying you should talk to my friend Shannon. Shannon, please wave your hand. Thank you.
Hi, Shannon.
And I will say, so, you know, the Enterprise Center started out really focused on Chattanooga, then Hamilton County. We've grown over the last 3 years from about 6 people to about 34 working statewide. So we're in that space at the moment. And then through the Regional Broadband Alliance and in partnership with the Thrive Regional Partnership, who has a 16 county, 3 state footprint. I think a really important lesson is that the arbitrary lines that we draw, while they have significant impact on policy, et cetera, they do not keep things that happen within them from having an impact on either side. It is particularly in Chattanooga, where we have 3 states right there and a 4th within an easy drive as well. You know, it is all of these things have an impact on each other. But the answer to your question is have a chat with Shannon about the work that they're doing right now.
Excellent, thank you.
So I'll respond to that briefly as well. So I really do think of the work that we do as we have our internal partners and our external partners. And so the reason I use those phrases is because everything internal to the Gila River Indian community is sort of its own, it is like its own world, you know, like we've got our employment and training department, our WIC, our Head Start, the schools, all of that is very sort of self-contained, but at the same time, everything external affects what happens in Gila River. So we partner with, we have external partners like the National Tribal Telecommunications Association, NTTA, and the work that they do on the policy end is going to influence how GRTI functions internally and then in turn how we serve our community. The Tribal Broadband Bootcamp with Institute for Local Self-Reliance, that's another external partner where we're trying to develop the workforce in ICT fields, information communication technology fields. And hopefully that leads to, or the goal is to increase the representation of tribal members in telecommunications. We're partnering with a local community college, another external partner, but with the purpose of starting an apprenticeship program in Gila River. So yeah, it is sort of like you have these internal and external links and finding ways that you can bridge those communities. That way, again, referencing the previous question, your ecosystems aren't siloed, but you're communicating across different levels of interaction inside and outside your community.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I'll just take it.
Not very athletic.
Heather.
Hi, I'm Rose Likens, and I'm the director of the Smith County Public Library in Southwest Virginia. and Jeff will know of the particular environment that brings with it. I can honestly say that most people in my community don't think that digital inclusion is an issue. The fiber optic net is being laid in Smith County right now. There are still places where there's no fiber. And so, and I would also say, I am new to the community. I've been down there for 2 years. So as I think about all of the terrific lessons that I've been hearing at this conference, I know based on 2 decades of library experience that there is work to be done here. We have to do this work. Would any of you all give me, kind of your top 3 recommendations of how do I go about building that consensus in this community that this is in fact a vital task that affects everything else that this community wants to do?
Can I actually just, I'd love to jump in and say, one of the things that I've also learned from the research that I've done over the years is that we're most successful when we emphasize each other and not the technology, as well as the outcomes of the use of the technology. So one simple way is finding out what do people care about in the community that have nothing to do with technology, and then making connections to, well, without the internet, without computers, without digital skills, those things that we care about wouldn't be possible in many cases, particularly for those of us who can afford and have access to the internet. So it's those broader outcomes of the use that I think help us to connect to one another, really, because at the end of the day, it's really, let's put technology aside and computers and the digital aside. If we center equity, if we center inclusion in this work in each other, we're talking about each other, right? We're talking about people, humans, other people in our communities, and building stronger ties with each other for a stronger community. And I think that when we listen to the things that are shared, that people care about, that make a community better overall, and then talking about it potentially in that way as a starting point can be helpful, rather than using digital equity ecosystems, which is, my language as a recovering academic, it's not always helpful. And so, that's one way, is to potentially really just think more of the human side than the technological side of things. But other
I just want
questions?
to add something. As a librarian, you probably know about the Harwood Institute, right? And community conversations. I would strongly suggest having those community conversations, which are, really active listening to what your community needs and wants. Just because I think Colin's right on the money, that it's really about listening and knowing your community. But that's a fabulous tool. Use it.
I'm going to give you 2 things very quickly. One, find the stories and tell those stories. I think this is, our EdConnect example of 16,000 kids. We know there is a story for each of those. Data, research, no offense, can sometimes be easier, or can be easy for those in power to ignore, but it's very difficult, because we all saw, to ignore a photo of 2 little girls doing their homework in a Taco Bell parking lot. That had an impact on a lot that's happening right now. So find those stories. The second thing, you mentioned the policy environment of we in the South. The good and the bad of how networked we are is that once you're in that network, you can get to the people that you need to get to. And I think taking advantage of the social connectivity that I think of as being a big part of our Southern communities in particular, is a way to find the people who need to listen to you, and take advantage of it. Be tactical.
I want to add one thing. With basic digital literacy, it's very humbling to see who doesn't have a good grasp on technology and who does. And coming into the digital inclusion industry, I was humbled myself to see people struggling with a keyboard and mice and struggling with an email. So I would say, I second what Jeff said, is to tell the stories, because the stories, I think, is just a bigger takeaway of this conference in general. The stories really do hold value and they cross political lines. And so I think that's really important. And then I would also keep in mind that you probably know several people in your family and friends who struggle with digital literacy. And I'm pretty sure that everybody knows somebody who struggles with digital literacy. So keep in mind that it's far stretched than we think. And I know that we work day in and day out in digital inclusion, but for those who don't, there is a lot to learn, and there is a lot to cover that hasn't been covered.
To build on that, just something that made me think of when say tell the stories, tell the good stories too, not just the stories of challenge, but when someone sends their first email and it's to a great niece that they've never seen before, when they have that video call, when they have those are important too. And I think sometimes maybe we get too focused on, or for justifiable reasons, we're focused on the challenge, but when we have a success, we forget to talk about it. And I think that's really, really important.
Yeah, that's something that I'm learning to do at Digital Connect for sure. We have to continue to work on that. But I want to add one thing to what Colin said. He said, we're most successful when we emphasize each other, not the technology. And so this was a lesson that we learned early last year. We started doing classes where, okay, we're going to host classes for our community members. We're going to focus on the elders, and we're going to teach them, what should we teach them? Let's see, Google, because they want to use Gmail. We'll also teach them the healthcare platform. And we came up with a few different ideas, and then we started to host these classes. And very few people showed up. But those who did couldn't even go along with the curriculum because that wasn't really what they had in mind. And so we had to learn to pivot and say, okay, we're going to meet their needs. We're going to address their needs and whatever goals they have. And so now, instead of hosting a class specifically on how to use Gmail or how to sign into YouTube or something, we host what we call bring your own device sessions, BYOD. And so we tell people, bring your own device. Whatever question or goal you have in mind, we'll help you address that in the moment using your own device. That way you're familiar with it, and when you take it home, you can continue to practice that. So that was a big pivot for us, making sure that we were addressing individual community members' needs.
Nice. We have something similar. We have an Ask Me Anything workshop. And so literally anything digital, anything that you have in mind. And usually that opens the doorway for clients who need help, who may be a little shy or not sure. But Ask Me Anything, literally ask them anything, and they'll get you an answer. And usually that's a nice way to get them into the door.
So I think we have time for one or two more questions.
Hi, good morning. My name is Diana Rodriguez. I'm a VP of Programs and Strategy with Everyone On. And I just have a question about, those of us who are sitting in the room who are very inspired by this topic of conversation and want to go back into our communities and build these ecosystems. Do you have any practical tips for folks who are kind of might be starting from zero or don't have funding, tips, steps to get started?
Well, I should say, actually, I should give a call out because we're at a conference hosted by NDIA, that the National Digital Inclusion Alliance does have a number of wonderful resources. One of them is building a local digital inclusion coalition. And I think there are a lot of insights from that document that are applicable, because I think when we talk about a coalition, a lot of that is about ecosystem building. So they're building digital inclusion Coalition Guidebook, thank you. Version 2, which came out just a couple of years ago, is really helpful and has almost a step-by-step about how to build coalitions, but more broadly how to engage in this work. But I'll turn it to my expert panelists here.
That toolkit is gold. I actually have shared it widely within the county so that, for one thing, it gives everybody a common language to work with and kind of a timeline template. There was a point, one of our meetings where I said something along the lines, we're in the very early stages, we're initial stage. And somebody corrected me because according to the toolkit, we were actually in stage 2. So we were further along than I realized, but it kind of, not to say that you have to follow it, letter by letter, but I think it gives you that sense, that confidence to go forward. There's lots of good information, but the rest of the site has other good information too that will be helpful.
So I prepared one for this one because Colin asked us what sort of would be some final advice. And my thought is this: I'm going to steal something that I heard yesterday from Greg Geis. Greg Geis, are you here? I don't know if he's here. I'll steal something from my buddy Greg Geis yesterday in the advocacy workshop. He said, internalize your message. And that for me has been something that has really helped for DCI grow. It has helped me to explain who we are and what we're doing. So I don't think you have to necessarily be able to quote your mission, but if you can, like, for example, Digital Connect is a community service that exists to bridge the digital divide in Indian country. We do this through digital skills trainings and support services and online resources. So that's like sort of the mission statement for DCI. If you can quote it and you can sort of like have an idea of what your goals are in your head, and you can then explain that and your process for how you want to carry out your work, it helps to spread your message and at least have you're prepared. That's a practical step to like just keep practicing that. It's helped me a lot, at least in my community.
I'm also going to steal something, but it's from Mikhail, so you heard a little earlier. No, I think truly, like, who's already there? Look at, even as simple as meetup.com, like who is already meeting? What exists? Where can you start participating? It doesn't have to be from, I'm starting this coalition. It's figuring out all these other ones that have some overlap in our space, how to participate at them, how to bring them together. I think of the Enterprise Center sometimes as this sort of like amorphous gray space between a lot of other groups, entities, organizations that wouldn't naturally fit together. And I think that's a real opportunity, is to take advantage of decades and decades of work in communities in related spaces, and how digital inclusion work can bring those efforts together with outsized impact. So thinking, like the literal asset mapping, the showing up in spaces and at meetings, and having conversations about your mission, about your message, about this work, and going from there. You don't need funding to do that.
I would say don't be afraid to start small. Don't think that you have to do everything all at once, because you don't. You can start small. I would also rely heavily on NDIA. They are amazing, and anything that I've asked or needed, they've helped me find the way to where I needed to go. So I would definitely rely on them as well. And just to second what Jeff said, see what's already established. I hear all the time, don't reinvent the wheel. So don't reinvent the wheel. See what's already there. Work smarter, not harder. And have patience, because everybody has their mission, their goals, their drive, what they're doing. It's going to take patience to make those connections and establish that ecosystem that you're thinking of, but with persistence, consistency, transparency, communication, those relationships will form.
And I know we have one more question.
I just wanted to add one thing to that.
Yeah.
So, we all know that the states are doing their digital equity planning grants, and part of that is having these listening tours to hear what's going on in the ecosystem throughout the state. So I would recommend that, try to get involved in that so that you have a seat at the table, because when you have a seat at the table, then you get to meet this really amazing network of others who are working in that space. Because when it comes down to implementing the digital equity plans and the digital equity grants, working together, working as partners is going to be critical. So this is an opportunity. This is a time to actually begin developing those relationships.
Okay, I think we have
Yes.
one last question here.
Yes, my name is Debbie Anderson. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. And I'm sort of like the boots on the ground person where I'm actually doing these things. I'm doing the action part. We put together our computer hub. And what I did, because I am a teacher by nature, I put together, and you might want to take notes, those who are teachers know to take notes. I created a very short initial questionnaire, your name, what did you want to learn today? Do you own a computer? Have you ever worked on a computer before? Real basic. Then I also developed a real short exit survey. What did you learn today? How was your experience today? Sort of things you do with events. And it was very helpful because you're going to create a file with people that are going to keep coming back. I'm adding to what you're saying. You also not only have to be patient, you have to be friendly, you have to make the course kind of short. And what I did is to break the ice with people, mostly seniors who just have never, they don't have the eye-hand coordination yet with the mouse. You can really tell that. The first thing I do is I say, let's just warm up and let me show you how to search the internet. Do you know what Google is? And you make it fun. And I said, the first thing I'm going to let you do is have 5 minutes looking at top news stories. So I show them how to go in, and boy, they just go to town. They start looking like they want to shop and everything, but you break the ice, you make them comfortable. And then you have to really develop a plan to get them used to the computer and typing. And that's where there's a lot of effort. But if I wanted to share anything with all of you today is to make sure you just develop a little short questionnaire when you first meet them, like an icebreaker, because you're going to keep a file with the people that are going to keep coming back. And sometimes if you try to make them stay on the computer too long, they get frustrated. And we don't want them to get frustrated. So you make those initial times brief. And when you find them come back, they get more and more comfortable. The other thing that I did is when I got into the typing, I explained to them they needed more practice with eye-hand coordination. So I had them learn to type their name, address, phone number numerous times. I said, because this you'll do often on the internet. So those just little ABC basics really help people who are seniors, who've never been on a computer before. They're a little nervous. And we have teenagers that are a little bit behind with their reading literacy and things. You just try to make it fun, make it brief, but make it functional so that you can have information about what you're doing. Because those exit surveys are very, very important for what we're doing to measure results and outcomes. So that's just suggestions I have from boots on the ground.
Thank you so much. That's wonderful. Any quick responses before we go to a final round?
I mean, I concur with her. We do assessments at the beginning and the end of all of our workshops and classes. So yes, ma'am, that is the right thing to do.
I think too, not trying to do too much at once. I think this is trying to solve the digital divide in a day is, we'd already be there.
That's right.
All right. So yes, thank you so much. So this has really been wonderful. I've learned a lot. So just to sort of wrap up in the final minutes that we have, I'd love to pose the final question to our wonderful panelists, which is, what's one piece of advice, if it's an article or book or resource that you lean on, that you'd like the audience to leave with today? And Jess, gonna start with you.
Oh gosh. I would say just to be honest and transparent and communicate with the people in your ecosystem. We're all fighting a battle, and I think we all need to be reminded of that. We're all individuals trying to do the best that we can with all of the things that we have going on considered. So just having grace not only for yourself, but for the organizations that you're working with. I'm sure they have struggles that you don't know about, that you couldn't even imagine, will go a long way. Have grace with yourself, with your community, and just be kind, communicate, and be transparent.
Jeff?
I feel like I burned all my good advice. take advantage of this community, of this ecosystem. I've always said about this conference, it's the one that I like leave with more energy than I came with. I said to our team and many of the folks who are coming here for the first time that like this is the group of people who care about everything that you care about, not part of what you care about, not that you have to convince, like these are our people. And so when you feel alone in this work and frustrated, know that someone in your community right here has experienced that in some way and is more than happy to talk to you about it. That's my other experience being part of NDIA, is it's not about who solves this first or best, or it is about like it's making sure that it happens. And so there's nobody who's gonna hold stuff back. There's not gonna be metered advice. It's gonna be, this is what we did. And so I lean on this community, my colleagues, the folks that I have met at these conferences over the years, through the listserv, through seeing work that I thought was interesting and just reaching out to get through those moments.
Yeah, all great advice. I burned mine as well. But I guess the last thing I would say, and I've heard this a few times at this conference already, is pace yourself. It's like Jeff said, you can't solve the digital divide in a day. It's definitely tiring work because there's so much to do, so much ground to cover. So pace yourself. That's sometimes I get in situations where I just feel like I have high anxiety because there's like so many things on my plate, and I'm just like, I feel like I'm underwater, you know, and that's not a good place to be. You're not helping yourself, and if you're not taking care of yourself and your team, then it's harder to help your community. So pace yourself.
I don't know as if I can add anything else other than just be kind. Be kind to yourself, be kind to others, be humble, and listen and be open.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you to our wonderful panelists. Thank you to all of you.
Thanks to
And-
everybody watching online.
Yes, thank you to everyone watching online. Thank you so much, Jess. And I guess enjoy lunch. Okay, thank you.
So nice doing this.
Hi, I am Pamela, she, hers. I'm the Training and Engagement Manager with NDIA, and I am so excited to introduce the lightning round segment. Woohoo! So the lightning rounds has been a tradition of net inclusion since our very first conference in Kansas City in 2016. NDIA has featured lightning rounds and plenary sessions as a way to shine a spotlight on dozens of great digital inclusion initiatives and to encourage peer-to-peer networking among our affiliates and friends. Each presenter will have 3 minutes to share about their organization, research, programs, or best practices. And the first 2 sessions today will focus on pilot programs, research, policy, and equity. The first speaker to start us off is Jonathan Beam with US Ignite. Like this? Yeah. Thank you. You got this.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you all. I'm Jonathan Beam with US Ignite. I'm excited to go first because if anyone says what I said after, you'll think they're copying me. And I've been told if I filibuster, I get to introduce the Secretary of Commerce, which is one of my life dreams. So thank you for indulging me in this talk. While we wait for my slides to come up, I would just like to say thanks to the NDIA team for having us. Oh, sure. I have a clicker. Thanks. And thanks to San Antonio. It's my first time here, and it's been wonderful. It's been an energizing conference, and we're really excited. We'll see if I can get this going. I just love talking about working at a high-tech organization, and then you don't get the tech to work. While we wait, oh, there we go. That's me. What's our click? I just put this picture up so you know I live in Washington, D.C., where our ties are red and blue so that no one thinks that we favor one team over another. A little bit about US Ignite. We launched at the White House in 2012 with support from the National Science Foundation to help communities in their quest for new smart city technologies. I am still having a problem with the clicker, which is exciting. Our primary focus is on capacity building and technical assistance to communities. When we launched, we had a handful of communities, and now we're proud to announce that this past year, we signed our 50th community as a member of our network. We're fortunate to have Deb Sosha, a board member, in the audience here. We love Deb. Yeah. Someone said if I can't get an applause line, just say Deb's name. I wanted to quickly talk to you about our work with Project Overcome, which was a program we launched with support from the National Science Foundation, Schmidt Futures, to connect 7 communities using novel technical requirements. It was a mix of fiber, fixed wireless, and wireless solutions, depending on the region needs of the community. In the interest of time, I will ask you all to Google Project Overcome and read our final report, which we just launched, because 3 minutes goes very quickly, even if you can't see my slides. Fortunately, I also don't see the timer, so I'm just gonna. Okay, there we go. They did say there would be a lag, so they didn't say what the lag would be. I'll just end with one thing that I was really excited about. I was gonna do something different for my last slide, but I was in line getting margaritas yesterday, and a very nice woman, an organizer, a leader in the field named Angela Siefer asked me what I was gonna say to people who are skeptical of the smart city movement. And it was a long line, so we had a little bit of time to chat. And turned out Angela was just waiting for water and was being polite. But I do love this question because with all due respect to Angela, I don't think there's as much tension there as people may think. I know there may be skepticism between new technologies and next generation when there's still so much work to be done on equity and inclusion. But I think that everyone I've worked with in the smart city movement, particularly people working for cities, has the same goal as ours. How do you use technology to improve the lives of people? How do we build a safer, more equitable world? We don't want to put Band-Aids on potholes. We want to build better roads. So when we talk about smart city projects, know that we're talking about Vision Zero and pedestrian safety. We work on monitoring weather risks for our most vulnerable residents and help cities respond. We use technology to facilitate services and make government more responsive to its residents. And we work with broadband offices and CTOs and a coalition of partners to bring access to high quality, affordable broadband access to all. So don't fear your smart city colleagues, partner with them. Let's build a more just and equitable world together. Thank you.
Next slide. And next slide. And next slide. Yes. Hello, everyone out there. We have a question for you. You can just shout out your answers. What do you think of when we say, "Hi, we're from Arizona"? Couldn't hear it. Did somebody say scorpion? You all know about the heat, right? But did you know we have cold times too? We have nighttime with no cloud cover, snowfall in the north, and on the peaks and cold rivers. We will get to the cold in a minute, but let's start with hot. And as we say, Arizona is hot, sure.
Next slide.
But it's a dry heat, just like an oven.
Next slide. The Arizona Digital Inclusion Network, ADIN for short, is hot right now. We have grown to more than 30 member organizations across the state. We have consensus on our mission and goals. And we have officially registered with NDIA as a coalition. Check out our webpage at adin.info. Like most states, Arizona is busy planning and connecting at all levels. We're making progress following the NDIA guidance to impact and support Arizona's digital equity and BEAD planning efforts. And we are feeling hot about all the work we are engaged in.
Hot. But believe it or not, Arizona also experiences cold times. Oh, it's already there. Photo, Phoenix, February 2019. Nobody we know.
Next slide.
Like all states, Arizona has its unique challenges. We have large metro areas, each with their own broadband adoption disparities. We have vast rural expanses, much of it tribal, much of it with difficult topography for broadband deployment.
Sometimes our quest for digital inclusion solutions feels really overwhelming and, well, cold. We are finding we need help in the cold times, and so we're here today to ask for your help. How do we continue as a coalition to grow our membership and be more effective in our mission? By formally organizing our coalition, becoming a 501c3, using a fiscal agent? How can we best broaden the diversity of our network and amplify voices from the entire state? Should we organize by county or by region? How do we comprehensively address the needs of all the covered populations we plan to support in our digital equity and BEAD plans?
We invite you to find us, Mariana Milton
and Cindy Hogan,
or any of our members. Please stand up during this conference and share your ideas with us about effective coalitions. And we invite you to Arizona, hot or cold, whatever you want.
Everyone, I hope everyone's having an amazing day so far. I'm very grateful and thrilled to be in front of you all today. My name is Mateo Jimenez, and I represent Lead for America as an ACC AmeriCorps Fellow. And today I'll be presenting about finding the next digital inclusion champions in your community. Next slide, please. First, I would like to start with my experience. You see, as someone who grew up as an introvert person, I lacked skills and professional growth. I felt as if I needed someone to instill a light within me. I felt as if I needed an opportunity to find myself, to see where my passion lies. And thanks to a local youth council, the Mayor's Youth Council of Chattanooga, I was able to find my passion. I was able to develop skills that I didn't know I had before. I was inspired by this opportunity to serve my community and continue my growth and my journey within public service. So next slide, please. Sorry. So where can you find young, so why is initiatives and programs like this important? So initiatives and programs like the Mayor's Youth Council are important to instill in young people. I ask you today to call up your nearest youth program or high school and engage and inspire conversations within digital inclusion. Bring them into a world of digital equity, integrate your knowledge into them, and include them in your decision-making process. And seek these young individuals and inspire growth within them. Next slide, please. So where can you find these individuals? Colleges, universities, community colleges, youth programs, youth councils are just some examples where you can find these young professionals. Next slide, please. And so with that, let's continue to expand our digital equity space by instilling these knowledges into the youth. Thank you.
Can we give it up for Mateo one more time? That was amazing. No, being from the Department of Education, like I love seeing, empowerment of young people to lead change in their own communities, right? So thank you so much to the NDIA team for inviting me to Net Inclusion's lightning rounds. My name is Jisoo Song, and I serve as a digital equity advisor at the U.S. Department of Education's Office of Ed Tech. A lot of the folks in the room might be aware, but we have a really critical window of opportunity through the bipartisan infrastructure law, especially through the Digital Equity Act programs, to make sure that technology-empowered learning opportunities are more equitably and sustainably available at scale in our schools. So as our wonderful colleagues from NTIA leads these efforts, at the Department of Education, we've been thinking about how can we be the best supporting agency that we can be in this effort. And because if we can get this moment right, we really believe that our learners furthest from opportunities can be one of the biggest beneficiaries of the Digital Equity Act programs in the bipartisan infrastructure law. So we launched the Digital Equity Education Roundtables initiative last year, which aimed to identify barriers that learner communities face in trying to adopt high-speed broadband, recommend strategies that leaders can think about to overcome those barriers and amplify examples of success. And based on the findings from a series of national conversations that we had throughout 2022, we developed a guidance resource called Advancing Digital Equity for All. And we're really excited to be able to share this with the field. The resource is now available on tech.ed.gov/DEER. Or if you're into using QR codes, the QR code there leads you to that resource as well. You'll find that the resource itself is organized into the 3 A's of availability, affordability, and adoption. And that third A of adoption is the issue that we give the most attention to, because we know that even if we solve for broadband availability and affordability, we still need to think about the human level barriers that impede access for a lot of our learner communities, including access to information, access to technical support, digital skills, and professional development for our educators. And the resource includes several case studies about these examples to illustrate these points further. And you can find these stories on tech.ed.gov/stories. Next slide, please. We recognize that this work is hard, right? This community knows that more than anyone, and individual communities can't do this work alone. And although educators and education leaders have been at the helm and tried to solve these problems, we're going to need community partnerships and interagency work to make sure that this responsibility doesn't just fall on the education sector going forward. And the good thing is I'm talking to the right crowd here today, right? The NDI community of change agents can help ensure that the needs of learners first and opportunities are equitably addressed. So in the conclusion to our guidance resource, we call on leaders from various sectors to collaborate with each other to co-create solutions that accelerate our collective vision towards digital equity. And we use the 3 C's here to guide our recommendations, which is communicate, catalyze, and collaborate. Next slide, please. It's my last slide. So as you go through the rest of net inclusion, I'd like for you to think about one central question. Next slide, please. As bridge builders and community change agents, how can you help ensure that state digital equity plans address the needs of all learners, especially by helping leaders involve education stakeholders in the development of these plans? We already know in states like California, Michigan, Connecticut, Wisconsin, really great work is being done to ensure that learners' needs are incorporated into these digital equity plans by getting the education mobilized and involved. And we love to see more of those collaborative efforts in other areas around the country. So I'm looking forward to continuing my collaboration with the NDI communities around this end. And my contact information is on the slide if you'd like to reach out. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ella Silvis. And I'm Kimberly Nan. And we are interactive media design students representing the 2024 IMD cohort from the University of Washington, Bothell. Dear Digital Equity is a media project that aims to raise the awareness of digital equity work in Washington State. As many of you know, the terminology surrounding digital access is evolving from digital divide to digital inclusion and now digital equity, indicating that a fresh perspective on ensuring fair access to digital communication is becoming more prevalent. With this new terminology and perspective comes a responsibility to get everyone in alignment in order to push digital equity forward. Next slide, please.
So our initial objective for our website is to raise the visibility of practitioners throughout our state who are making a difference in various communities through their diverse efforts. After a meeting with our community advisors, we discovered a disconnect between practitioners, and so we hope to build this gap or bridge this gap by crafting interview profiles of practitioners in the area.
Next slide. Another objective we had is to raise awareness about digital equity practices, services, and interventions. Throughout our state, who are making a difference in various communities through their diverse efforts. Okay. This is where we, as design students, were able to express our creativity and expand on our design skills.
Next slide. So Ella and I were first introduced for the first time in September of 2022, along with 21 other students, and as newcomers to a cohort learning environment, we quickly had to adapt and learn to collaborate effectively. And many of us didn't have hands-on experience designing for real clients, and so this made us very thrilled to collaborate with Sabrina Roach and Nancy Chang, who served as our stakeholders and provided us with invaluable guidance and support.
We embarked on the Dear Digital Equity project with next to no knowledge of the digital equity landscape in the state of Washington. Because of this, our first task was to define our problem. Our community advisors were with us every step of the way and helped guide us in the right direction by giving us insight into the field. We then interviewed our practitioners, created our 3 media deliverables, and finally put together our website, deardigitalequity.org, all in the span of 3 months.
Next slide. So yeah, you can see our work at digitalequity.org, and another iteration of the course will run this coming spring with interactive media design seniors who will be adding fresh content in collaboration with community practitioners. So thank you for your time, and for more information, please visit the website or contact us by email.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Emma Gauthier, and I'm a research associate with the Community Broadband Networks team at the Institute for Local Self-Reliance. The Institute for Local Self-Reliance is an organization that advocates for building local power to fight corporate control. Next slide, please. So I want to start off with something that a lot of you probably already know, which is that it's really challenging to find information about internet service. Whether you're shopping for new service or whether you're trying to figure out what it is that you already pay for. By show of hands, how many folks here aren't sure whether you have a data cap on your internet service at home? Okay, yeah. So there are some hands out there. That's just one example of a piece of information that a lot of people don't know about their internet service. In fact, we measured how difficult it is to find information about internet service and found that it's not easy at all. Next slide, please. Thanks. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act mandates that providers display service information using something called the Broadband Nutrition Label, which is similar to the nutrition label you find on the back of packaged food in grocery stores. Next slide. So here's why transparency is important for digital equity. First, there are implications that affect folks on the individual level or the customer by customer level. So the broadband label makes information more accessible for people with disabilities, more accessible for people who don't speak English, but better information also makes it easier to budget for service. Things like surprise fees and introductory rates hit low-income families the hardest. Then there's structural implications that affect the market as a whole. So one is provider accountability. The broadband label is something that customers can point to that clearly represents what it is they're paying for, and then they can compare this to what they're actually getting. And often those two things aren't exactly the same. Good information also helps entrepreneurs and communities make decisions about investing in new business. We know that entrepreneurship is a really important part of cultivating competition and advancing a market. And poor information is likely to get in the way of that. And finally, transparency is good for research and policy guidance. If there's good information out there about pricing and speed, it's going to be easier to identify what inequities exist and address them through policy. So what can you do about this? Next slide. Sorry. What can you do? Three things you can do. You can add content about the label to any digital skills curriculum that you're developing so people know how to actually use it and it's useful. You can advocate for transparency through public comments. There's not an active request for comments right now, but the FCC still is taking comments, so you can write to the FCC about this. And you can sign on to other folks' comments as well if you don't have the capacity to write your own. And third, you can follow groups like the ones I've listed here, NDIA, obviously, Benton Institute for Broadband, Consumer Reports, and Free Press if you want to learn more information about how to advocate for transparency. Transparency is both helpful for customers in the short term and ensures that policy efforts are informed and working to close the digital divide in the long term. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Will Pfeffer, and I work as a civic technologist at the Metropolitan Area Planning Council. We are the regional planning agency that serves the greater Boston area. I work on our digital services team, which both develops digital tools, but also leads our agency's digital equity work. So our digital equity work includes both planning and implementation, which for us mostly means procurement support, helping cities and towns buy things. I'm going to talk today about some work we've done in Chelsea, Massachusetts, which is just outside of Boston. If you could go to the next slide, please. So the map that is sort of underneath there shows the proportion of any given census block within the cities of Chelsea, Everett, and Revere, which all border each other, that's within 200 feet of a fiber line. This kind of shows the best case scenario for broadband access given the current infrastructure that's in the ground right now. We used this data alongside other data and feedback from the 3 city governments, community organizations, and residents to produce a digital equity plan for the region. We did this as a regional plan because all 3 of these communities, they all border each other, but they also have a lot of challenges in common. So the plan is available at the URL on the screen there if anyone wants to check it out. The plan also helped us prioritize a couple of different sites for pilot projects for implementation. In Chelsea, the site that we chose was the Prattville Apartments, which is a Chelsea Housing Authority site that's home to 128 low-income families, or 128 units of housing. Next slide, please. So, and I think this one, if you can advance like 4 more times to get all 4 columns of text up on the screen. Sorry, I was too clever with the animations. There you go. Thank you. So in addition to city and regional planning, one of my organization's key functions is government procurement support, as I mentioned before. We had not actually previously purchased something like a broadband network, and it turns out that it's complicated because it's both a combination of equipment, construction, and services, and also because Massachusetts has some sort of weird and convoluted procurement rules. Buying this stuff is really not easy. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to read through all of the text on the screen here, but basically there's a bunch of prep work that has to be done before the procurement is even issued. The image in the background that we saw earlier is a wireless signal propagation survey that was done as part of that preparation process for one of these projects. There's a lot of outreach and coordination that has to happen in order to make sure that good network vendors are putting in bids. There's a process to evaluate the bids based on price, network design, vendor reputation, references, and then finally there's contracting. The project that I mentioned in Chelsea is in the contracting phase, so we're almost done with this process. And then once all this is done, we can actually build something. Next slide, please. So the next steps for this program, we're doing a project to expand around the state. We're working closely with our state broadband office to secure some funding. Our plan is to cover about 2,400 units of housing around the state. I'll also just shout out our partners there at Education Superhighway and HRNA Advisors, both of whom have some staff here today. So I think that is all the time I have today. If you can put one more last slide there. My contact information is on the screen. If any of this is interesting, please come find me and I'd love to chat more about it. Thanks, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Give us 1 second. Everybody, please give a round of applause for the first lightning round group.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Minister Naomi Jordan Cook from the Black Churches for the Digital Equity. So let's begin with a simple call and response, a tradition that Black churches we do. When I say Black church, you're gonna say connects. Let's try that. Black church. In Baltimore County, in Baltimore City, at the cross street of Liberty Heights Avenue and Patterson Avenue, 41% of Black residents don't have computers and they are not using the internet even though it's available. However, there is a Black church named Mount Pleasant Church ready to sign Black residents up for affordability connectivity program. Why and because the Black church. In Shelby County in Memphis, Tennessee, at the cross street of South and 3rd Street and West Mitchell Road and 57% of Black residents are without computers and they don't have any internet in their neighborhood. However, there is a Black church nearby named Christ Missionary Baptist Church, ready to partner with the city and internet service provider to provide internet access. Why and because the Black church in Wayne County, Detroit, Michigan, at the cross street of West 7th Mile and James Cousin Parkway, 31% of Black residents don't have computers and many live below the poverty line. However, nearby, there is a Black church. Greater Grace, City of David, is ready to offer digital skills training in their fellow halls. Why and because the Black church in Jefferson County in Birmingham, Alabama, all of the cross street of 43rd Street and North and 10th Avenue North, 66% of Black residents don't have computers and 45% are without internet. However, there is a Black church named the 16th Street Avenue Baptist Church, ready to partner with local libraries to get patrons computers in their homes, funded by the Emergency Connectivity Fund. Why and because the Black church, historically the Black church, Black people to launching HBCUs, historically the Black church, Black people with wealth through development Black Credit Union. Historically, the Black church, Black people to justice through the Civil Rights Movement, and now the Black church, Black churches for digital equity, which is building a social movement for Black digital future. It all started in 2021 with 6 national Black church nonprofits advocating for the emergency broadband benefits, which is now over 50 Black churches and Black church nonprofit working across 13 states and the District of Columbia to ensure that Black people are at the table and at the state to plan, execute, and evaluate the BEAD and the DEA activities and strategies. We are future. We are movement. Because the Black church, thank you.
Hello, my name is Megan Martinez, a Digital Divide Fellow with the CEO Action for Racial Equity Fellowship. The CEO Action for Racial Equity Fellowship, also known as CEO ARE, and the larger organization represented by the CEO Action for Diversity and Inclusion, also known as D&I, is the combination of over 2,200 businesses that have come together to publicly recognize that diversity, equity, and inclusion is a societal issue, not a competitive one, and that collaboration and bold action from the business community is vital to driving change at scale. Specifically, in the fellowship, we identify, develop, and promote scalable and sustainable public policies and corporate engagement strategies across a range of issues shown here. Let's see. One more. There we go. That address systemic racism, social injustice, and improve societal well-being, specifically focusing on the 47 million Black Americans. Everyone here recognizes that access to high-speed broadband, digital literacy skills, and the technology on which to utilize those skills are all key components to closing the digital divide. But did you know that it overwhelmingly affects Black Americans and how they are able to show up for their families and in the workforce? For example, when we look at the digital divide from a racial equity lens, we know this. Black Americans are 10 years behind when it comes to broadband access and suffer poor technology connectivity at almost 4 times the rate of their white counterparts. Approximately 40% of Black American households lack high-speed fixed broadband, and approximately 37% of Black Americans in the workforce make less than 200% of the federal poverty level and are economically insecure. While you may not have known this specific array of facts, as practitioners, you know and see day to day how disconnected living affects Americans across this country. Our job is to help translate these stark facts into business sense. Can we hit the next slide, please? Thank you. To make the corporate case for digital equity and help the private sector understand the ways they can help bridge the gap, not just because it's the right thing to do, but because it will also produce positive impacts to their bottom line. One of the things we like to say to the business community is this: success in this space means lasting impacts to both your company's ledger and legacy. Here's what we mean by that. By not working to connect the unconnected, private companies are leaving millions of people and dollars behind in terms of both potential customers and employees. One study estimates that over 3/4 of Black Americans could be underprepared for 86% of the jobs by 2045. If we can galvanize the business community to innovate in this area, we could add hundreds of thousands of jobs to the economy and billions more in economic output. Now that's attention grabbing. In closing, at CEO ARE Fellowship and the CEO Action for D&I, we have the attention of the private sector, but we need your help. We want to connect with you to accurately understand the digital divide challenges your communities face so that we can help enable businesses to make meaningful and informed investments where you need it the most. We would especially welcome folks representing organizations or businesses as one of our focus states, Massachusetts, Michigan, New York, and Texas. However, we welcome conversations with everyone because when we're all connected, everyone's ledger and legacy shines. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yan Zhang, and I'm the Broadband Access and Digital Equity Fellow at OCA, Asian American Pacific Islander Advocates. Today, I'll be introducing the API Digital Access Survey that we're doing to shed light on our community's experiences and bridge the digital divide among APIs. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. The model minority myth has made so many digital needs of the API community go unseen. In multiple reports, APIs have been described as the most digitally connected population. However, when we take a closer look, there are so many Asian American and Pacific Islanders on the wrong side of the digital divide. For example, 21% of Marshallese Americans have no access to the internet at home. 31% of Bhutanese Americans have limited English proficiency, and 53% of Burmese Americans have less than a high school diploma. And these are just a few numbers that show how diverse our communities are and that they are in need of our support. Next slide, please. To effectively advocate, it's the wrong slide. Thank you. To effectively advocate for APIs, OCA has launched the API Digital Access Survey. Anyone who identifies as API can take the survey in the language that they are most comfortable with. We currently have 12 languages available, and the survey is open through April. We have been getting amazing response rates so far, rounding up to 70%. And out of our 67 responses, actually, we updated this number today. On the slides, it says 5,200, but now it's 6,700 responses. Thank you. And over 3,500 were filled out in languages other than English. Next slide, please. Our goal is to reach as many underrepresented communities as possible, and we alone cannot reach that goal. So I am inviting you today to be our partner and help us share the survey. Every organization, libraries, grassroots organizations, ISPs, local councils, these trusted organizations are vital in making sure that we reach every API. As partners, firstly, your organization will be recognized on our website and final report. Secondly, you'll have access to raw data collected from our 6,700 and counting respondents. And finally, you'll be able to share future surveys and events with OCA's 50+ chapters and affiliates nationwide. Next slide, please. If anyone is interested in learning more about the survey, please scan the QR code on the slide or go to bit.ly/APIDAS or email me or find me, Yen Zhang, on Sked. I'm more than happy to touch base with you. Thank you very much.
Slides. If anyone wants to stand and stretch, please do so. You can stay standing during my talk. It will not bother me. So yeah, take the opportunity. The next speaker you probably don't want to be rude to, so feel free to stand up. I'm serious. This is part of my time. Of course, I still don't have my slides. Partners, partners bridging the digital divide. You should be stretching, guys. Clearly, they want you to take a break. That's me. All right. Partners. It's not just the first word for our nonprofit. It's our reason for existing. We want to share information between organizations that are helping to bridge the digital divide. Next slide, please. One of the ways that we try to share information is by writing experience papers based, and there's our process at the top with little pictures mostly. And basically what we're doing is we come up with ideas, we think about them for a while, we query our partners with some very specific questions, and then we bug them again, and perhaps a third time trying to actually get answers. We consolidate these into a paper. We give it back to them because we don't want to misquote anybody or lead something astray that we misunderstood what the response was. And then we circulate the paper and we put it on our website. Next slide, please. So these are our experience papers. As an example, in late 2022, we surveyed asking what makes an effective program service. Specifically, how did the program get started? What lessons have been learned? Can you share a story? Because your stories are important. What impact has this program had on the community and your goals or mission? And what are the challenges? Next slide, please. We consider our added value to be consolidating these experiences so that we can learn together and share that information together, as opposed to each of us learning the same painful lessons ourselves. Next slide, please. The PBDD consists of our president, Barry Glicklick, our VP, Mariana Milton, and myself, Catherine Lotto. In addition to the experience papers, we try to have a useful website with training material, research papers, links to partners, so please check us out. If you're part of a statewide coalition and you need a website to get going, let us know. We're happy to build you the base one and then turn it over to you and you can do with it what you want. And I'm really hoping to get some competition between states for the best, coalition website, because that would be fun. If you're involved in providing digital inclusion services, consider becoming our partner. We'd love to ask you questions too. Thank you.
Hi, how is everyone right now this afternoon? Can we have one more round of applause for the lightning rounds? That's my favorite part of this conference, is hearing from all of the amazing folks doing this incredible work in their communities. So we have an incredibly exciting special guest who will be joining us in just a few moments. And before I introduce her, I wanted to point out to everyone that on NDIA's website, which is digitalinclusion.org, there is a job board. It's under the Join Us section. And folks throughout this community post really exciting digital equity positions. So if you are looking for a job, please check that out. Also, if you are hiring for a job in this space, please reach out to NDIA, go to that job board and get your job posting out there. I love that we have this resource so that we can find opportunities and find amazing people to fill our opportunities. So it is my pleasure right now to introduce our Fireside Chat, which is titled Understanding Digital Equity Funding. And this Fireside Chat is a conversation between NDIA Executive Director Angela Siefer and the U.S. Secretary of Commerce, Gina M. Raimondo. Secretary Raimondo serves as the 40th U.S. Secretary of Commerce, where she focuses on spurring good-paying jobs, empowering entrepreneurs to innovate and grow, and helping American workers and businesses compete. Prior to her time as secretary, she was twice elected governor of Rhode Island and was the state's first woman governor. As governor and now secretary, she made it a priority to expand access to affordable, reliable, high-speed internet. And she was the lead negotiator for the Biden administration on the broadband provisions in the bipartisan infrastructure law. Please join me in welcoming Angela Siefer, our fearless leader, and Secretary Raimondo.
Great job. This is so exciting. Hello.
Friends, we have the Secretary of Commerce with us. This is a pretty exciting time for us. Somebody who was at earlier NDIA conferences reminded me, remember we used to just get videos sent in by somebody? You flew all the way from DC to be with
I
us.
did. I got up early and just arrived, and I came to San Antonio just for this, and I am fired up for it. I'm fired up for it. My whole team is. NTIA, I just want to say we are so grateful for you guys. We were just talking about it. You know, a few years ago, this was maybe 200 people in a public library, and now you're 800 plus strong all over the country. And I just want you to know we cannot do what we do without you. You know, we are all about stakeholder engagement, local coordination, syncing up with you in every community in America to get this job done. That's why we call it Internet for All. It's not Internet for mostly everyone, it's Internet for all. And so that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. I'm honored and excited to be here. And I was saying earlier to the group and the board, it's pretty incredible what you have done already to close the digital divide. But now think of what we can do together with $65 billion behind it. So it's good.
It's amazing. And I want you to know also, Secretary, that investment is already impacting. Like just the fact of 800 people here means that the investment is already having an impact because folks are already preparing in their communities for that money.
Good.
So jobs are being created, local investment is occurring. It's amazing. The Digital Equity Act, everybody here knows, is and super excited, the $2.75 billion. But Commerce and NTIA has been really careful about integrating digital equity into other programs. So can you talk to us about the importance of digital equity overall, not just limited to Digital Equity Act?
Well, I appreciate you saying that because the Digital Equity Act is, you know, it's a piece of what we do, excuse me, and it's an important almost $3 billion of what we do. But we think of equity as a key part of everything we do. By the way, I should say I think of it that way across the entire Department of Commerce. But yeah, it's everything. But with respect to the internet, again, we call it Internet for All. And we're so serious about equity. And that means making sure everyone in every community of every income level actually is connected, but then also at a price that's truly affordable. And they have the hardware, to do what they need to do to be digitally connected, and they have the skills. Because you don't have equity, really, until you have all of that. And I would say, as was mentioned in the introduction, before this job, I was a governor, and I was the governor of my state during COVID. And so I saw it. I saw what it means for a city or an area of a city to technically have the internet, but not every affordable high-rise apartment building was connected. Or I saw kids whose apartment building had the internet, but they didn't have a laptop, or they didn't have an iPad, or they did, but they didn't know how to use it. In any event, we're pretty obsessed with equity. We are not going to rest until there's internet for all, and we want to do that with you guys.
So having you understand that we need these holistic solutions is a little mind-blowing to me. So I should say, we've worked very hard to help folks understand that, and the fact that you do is just, it's really exciting. So it's also very exciting that all the states and territories are going to have these digital equity plans. We're super jazzed about that. All these folks have been engaged with their, or most of them have engaged with their states and their territories in order to create those plans. Can you tell us a bit about when to expect those plans and then what's next?
Yeah. So we expect to have the plans by the end of the year. One thing that I think is incredibly exciting, and you guys should take credit for, is that every single state and territory has received a planning grant and has said they're going to participate in our BEAD program. Now, you guys, just think about that. 5 years ago, a lot of states and communities weren't even talking about broadband or digital equity or closing the digital divide. And today, because you've been doing the yeoman's work of raising awareness in every community, every state has a broadband office, and everyone has signed a letter saying they're going to participate and has received a planning grant. And then they will know by June, we're moving as hard as we can to make sure every state knows by June 30th their exact allocation. We know every state will receive a minimum of 100 million, minimum of 100 million. Many states will receive much, much more than that, depending on how many unserved and underserved people they have. They ought to know their full allocation by June 30th, and then we hope that they all give us a plan by the end of the year. But today I wanted to, on this stage among you fabulous people, make an announcement, which is that today I'm announcing we are putting out the request for comment on the 2 upcoming Digital Equity Act programs, the State Capacity Program and the Competitive Program. So this is for you all. It's $2.5 billion request for comment out today. I hope you all get involved, send us your ideas, get all of the stakeholders on the ground involved. Yes. We need your help. We need your help. This cannot be done in Washington. We have the money, but we don't have all the great ideas. We need to hear from you on what is it going to take in order to make sure that we invest the money alongside of every community in a way that is most effective so nobody's left behind. So that was an announcement I wanted to make here with you, and I just think we need your help to help us get this right.
That's super exciting, and NDIA will definitely be spending a lot of time in that, as will quite a few of the folks here, so that's awesome. One of the pieces that has been important to NDIA and to the full community is the affordability, right? For a while there, it was us saying affordability is a primary barrier, and the pushback was people just don't want it, right? So there's finally an understanding that affordability is a primary barrier, and we love, love, love that it's integrated into the programs. Can you talk a bit about how you view affordability?
Yes, so what I often say, you know, I came from Rhode Island, and in Rhode Island, I think it's the most densely populated state in the country, or one of the top 2 densely populated states in the country. Over 1 million people squished into a little area. And there's essentially access to the internet everywhere, if you will. You know, there's no rural, tribal, et cetera. But in so many places, it's not affordable. So let me say a couple of things. So what affordable means is it's truly affordable. $100 a month is not affordable. For some people, $30 a month isn't affordable. And so when I say affordable, for lower income folks, that could be free. And that's why we have pushed on all the big ISPs to accept the FCC's ACP program. By the way, that one initiative, the ACP, saves Americans $500 million a month. Think about that. That's $500 million a month, providing internet to folks who just can't afford it. But for middle-class families, you know, they can afford some things, certainly, but affordability is relative, and there's a lot of different ways to achieve it. You could have affordability through subsidies. You could have affordability through, you know, the ACP program. You could have affordability through greater competition. You can have affordability through transparency. And again, we need to work with you. And all of this is very locally specific, which is why we have designed this entire Internet for All initiative to be based upon state plans. Every state is different, you know, and we recognize that. Texas is so different from New Mexico, from Rhode Island, from, you know, wherever around the country. So bottom line is, there's a lot of different approaches to affordability. We absolutely need your help. We need you weighing in with the broadband offices of every state. If you don't, let me tell you this, if you don't already know who runs the broadband office in the state where you operate, that's your homework today. Pick up the phone and get with that person tomorrow. If you don't know who your point person is from the Department of Commerce, NTIA has a point person, a field person for every single state. If you don't know who that person is, call them tomorrow. You don't know? Or you're going to do it? Or you're it? Okay. And you can go to our internetforall.gov website, check it out, find your person and call them. But anyway, bottom line is we got to be as obsessed with affordability as access. And figuring out how to make that happen state by state is what is the work we have to do together.
Yeah, again, super exciting. So this group is an amazing community-based, equity-focused group, and they're very much about supporting each other and learning from each other and forming coalitions so they can move forward together. And I've heard NTIA folks say again and again, local coordination, local coordination. So can you tell us, how do you think of local coordination?
So in this respect, again, just being a governor and being a governor during COVID, I have a real appreciation for this. You know, during COVID, we were trying to get everyone to know about mask mandates and where to get food or housing, and it was so granular. I mean, we literally went neighborhood by neighborhood, and we were totally reliant upon churches, pastors, Boys and Girls Clubs, YMCAs, like you name it, right? Neighborhood associations, nonprofits, grassroots entities, local governments, city council, mayors. And so that's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. And that's why we have set up this system where NTIA has a local field officer in every single state, right? You know, every single state can pick up the phone and call, or you guys can call the point person for Texas, can call our point person for every state. And in this respect, we need you in the game. We really need you in the game. I can tell you this. We have a historic amount of money to invest. We are committed to doing it in a way that connects every single American and every single community. And as I said before, in an inclusive way, with skills, with equipment, with connectivity. We will not be successful without your help on the ground, your feedback. We don't know what's going wrong in rural Iowa unless you tell us. We don't know how to connect every urban dweller of, you know, Atlanta, low-income folks in affordable housing facilities, and I mean everyone, every apartment building, every apartment in every building. We don't know. We don't know which facilities or communities or the 10 houses at the end of the block who the ISP says are connected, but they're not really connected. The ISP says they do provide coverage, but they don't. We don't know that until you tell us and work with us. And man, this is hard. So I can tell you we're committed to it. I can tell you we have the resources behind it. I can tell you we respect it. I can also tell you it's very hard, and that's why I'm here today. Truthfully, that's why I came in person. It matters. I learned you got to show up for what matters. This matters. You matter. Stakeholder engagement matters. Send in your comments. And just really, let's work hand in glove to get this right.
One of the things I'm excited to see is how much the stakeholder engagement then impacts the building of the coalitions and the coordination, that local coordination.
Yeah.
Because I think some folks are just going to show up in a room and be like, oh, I didn't know you. Right. And so the stakeholder engagement is meant to inform the plans, but I think it's also going to have the side benefit or secondary benefit of informing local coordination.
I hope so. That's the plan.
Yeah.
I think so. And that is one of the cool things about this. This is such a massive national mobilization.
Yes.
You know, so we're in different components, we're putting out over $60 billion. Commerce Department has about 50, Agriculture Department has more, et cetera. That makes it hard to coordinate.
Yeah.
And that's why we have to have constant communication. But it also means there's a whole nationwide effort at once focused on it. Which is, I really feel like this is your moment.
It is our moment. This is what we say.
You really
It's our
have been
moment.
at this for so long. I think I don't know. You've been talking about it for years and now everybody's listening. So it's your moment to step up and use your expertise to make this happen.
So we talk about that a lot, right? There will be a commiseration piece of it that's like, finally, we've been saying it. And now people want to talk to me. I'll joke that I've never been this popular in my life. I'm doing the same thing I've always done, but now people want to talk to me.
By the way, that's how it works for every visionary leader. If you think about it, every visionary leader is ahead of the curve, and it takes years to build a movement. And now, though, because of your work, people are listening. And Congress listened. I mean, all this money, by the way, was passed in Congress in a bipartisan way.
Amazing.
That is amazing.
It is
That is
amazing.
a big deal.
It's a very big deal.
That is a big deal. And when we started at NTIA, can you give my team at NTIA a hand? Because I think they're incredible. Woo! When we started, we sat around, I was pretty stressed that not everyone would apply. You know, maybe some governors wouldn't want to give President Biden a win, wouldn't want to participate in a Democratic initiative. I was really worried. And by the way, I was prepared to do whatever it would take to get every governor to participate, but it took nothing. They all participated. They've all signed on to participate. They're all working on their planning grants. Now, not all broadband offices are the same. Some are on it, way ahead of the curve. Others need a lot of your help. That's why I'm saying you got to get in there. But my point is, because of you and this army of 800 of you all around the country, it's bubbling up from the bottom and it has bipartisan support. And so that's why we just, the moment is now to make it happen.
And we are ready.
And you are ready.
Folks, we're ready.
And you are ready.
So a community that NDIA hadn't been serving is the Indigenous community.
Oh.
We weren't sure how to do it, right? I didn't want to be that white woman that comes in with my diverse staff that didn't have any Indigenous individuals on staff. And so we formed a partnership with Ameren Critical Infrastructure. So we're very proud of Davita and our friends there. And I've been also super impressed with how Commerce has done this, right? Hiring folks who understand this because it's their communities.
Yeah.
Can you talk a bit about what you're doing and how you're doing it?
Yeah. So it's a priority. This is a priority. And I have been to tribal lands in New Mexico and Arizona and sat with tribal leaders several times and done lots of consultation, because they're some of the most, disadvantaged, left out, left behind communities in America on a lot of scores, but including, internet. And as you all know, the topography makes it hard and expensive. I spent a lot of time talking to governors in these states, and it's not easy to get to some of these communities, which means we have to be creative about the technology. We have to be creative about technology. We have to really work with the community. And we are doing that. We are doing that. But once again, places like that, we really need the local engagement and local coordination. And then once again, this is why we don't have a one-size-fits-all approach.
Right.
It's very much listening to the community. So we've put out, I think, already over $1.5 billion to tribal communities. We have another $1 billion to go. And one thing in this money and these initiatives, we're being extremely broad and flexible about what the money can be used for. For example, we talk about digital literacy. Well, if you don't have transportation to get to the class, or if you don't have the internet to zoom into the class, so we are allowing the money to be used for transportation, education, really whatever the community says are the barriers.
Yes.
The point of it is, okay, what are the barriers? And that's how I kind of lead my team, which is listen to what the barriers are, and then spend the money to overcome the barriers. Don't tell the community what you think they need.
And it comes back to that holistic solution.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Because you are including all of the barriers that particular community has, rather than narrowing it down to availability of access, which prior to now, that's where all the money was. There wasn't money for these digital equity pieces or the additional barriers like transportation. So we're very excited to see where this goes, and we're very excited to see what best practices come out of it and how we can continue this work even when we need to look for more money.
That's super important, because I've talked, Secretary Holland is awesome, and I'm so lucky to have her as a colleague. And I've learned from her because she knows so much about the challenges in, tribal lands. But in any event, we need to educate. Not everyone knows. You just made a point about best practices. Mm-hmm. Some of these problems are genuinely hard.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, you can have a tribal leader or a tribal broadband office who knows their problem is fill in the blank, transportation, fiber's too expensive, whatever. But they need to know the best practices. Yes. Here's how another technology has worked in another tribe. Here's how they have figured out how to get computers to everybody, et cetera. I think that's another incredibly important point, like sharing the how-to of what works.
Yes, and that's a lot of what occurs here.
Yeah.
Right, is folks sharing those best practices across their communities. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you guys.
We so
I think you're
appreciate it.
awesome. I think you're great. I do. Are we good? Hugs. Thank you so much.
You're amazing.
Keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. And come see me when you come to Washington.
That was so exciting. I don't know that I've ever seen a double standing ovation at Net Inclusion. So thank you so much, Angela and Secretary Raimondo. That was incredible. So we have a little bit of break time right now. You all heard the first day of lightning rounds and they were incredible. There are breakout sessions that start at 2:30, and then we're back in here at 3:45 for the closing of the day, including the Benton Digital Equity Champion Awards, which was it's just another favorite part of Net Inclusion for me. If you haven't seen them outside yet, when you walk out of this room, there are a few bulletin boards up where you can sign up to go to dinner with folks who are in this room. There are a couple organized events. There's going to be an LGBTQIA event tonight at 6 p.m. There's a community broadband network event. So check it all out. There's plenty of things to do. And we'll see you back here in a couple hours. Thank you all. So everyone, if folks can come back in here, please, please, please. 2 more lightning rounds and it's not over. So I'm going to turn it back over to Pamela.
Hi, everyone. So I'll try and follow up that fireside chat. So my name is Megan Richardson Armstrong, and I am with Goodwill Central Texas, and I'm here to talk about why one digital equity does not fit all. And what I mean is that as we are here talking about and planning and implementing these big digital equity programs, we want to make sure they're flexible enough to meet the individual's needs. Next slide. So Goodwill just completed our first year of a Learn and Earn device program. And originally, we wanted something super tailored, where the clients would choose the topics important to them. And then we would work one-on-one with them as a trainer to complete those lessons and distribute their device. And that was really great. but it's also a bit slow. So ultimately, we did implement more group trainings, single day distributions, where we could move clients through more quickly, just get devices into hands, and shorten the time commitment for those clients. But we never abandoned the initial approach because we knew that we would always have people who needed unique support. Next slide. So some of the things that we did, we traveled across 3 counties in our service area to literally meet clients where they were. We prioritized laptops over desktops for clients who were mobile, maybe due to housing instability. We were able to provide some dual language keyboards to multilingual clients. And my favorite was getting to work with other clients with disabilities who use assistive technology to actually train them so they can access their device. Next slide. So that brings me to Jeremy's story. Now, Jeremy is a single father. He is also visually impaired, and he came to Goodwill looking for housing support, employment assistance, and digital training. Now, he touched several programs while he was with us, but ultimately, we were able to help him find an apartment, get a job at Amazon, and I got to work with him personally to set up his new device, get his screen reader personalized, and conduct some training on that assistive technology. Thank you. So now, Jeremy, when I was working with him, he's my buddy now. His favorite word was mainstream. He went on and on about his mainstream job and how he's living in a mainstream apartment and he's getting his mainstream device. And you know what he's saying there? He's saying, I am included. I no longer feel apart or separate from society, right? Now, did his path look like everyone else's? No, and it doesn't need to, right? Because he felt integrated in society, dare I say, a mainstream member of society. And that is true digital inclusion. Next slide. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Anisha.
And I'm Shomik, and we created a nonprofit called Your Tech Cube. Next slide, please.
So a little about us. We're both current juniors at Jesuit High School in Portland, Oregon, and both have interest in digital equity and technology. So we decided to create a nonprofit that not only incorporates both those things, but also focuses on helping older adults feel comfortable with using and learning how to use their digital devices. And we started our nonprofit in March of 2022. Next slide, please.
So a little bit about our inspiration. Back when the pandemic first started, both of us were taking music lessons from 2 different teachers who were both getting up there in age, and they were struggling with the transition to online teaching. So they would constantly call us with their various problems like, oh, my Wi-Fi is broken or my Zoom's not working. And we would just try our best to help them. And then fast forward to after the pandemic, my grandma's come from India and they bring all their devices with them and they have so many questions and issues that they come to me for help, and I just try my best to answer their questions and help them. So this sort of made us realize that it's not just the older adults in our communities, but older adults everywhere who are really struggling with this rapidly evolving technology. And as youth, we can really do something to help. Next slide, please. So we started in March. Oh, next slide, please. We started in March, but it took a little bit of time for us to get our first gig. We were cold calling and sending a bunch of emails to various different communities, and we just weren't getting any response. But luckily, in the beginning of September, we were able to get our first workshop, and since then, we've hit a huge need, and we've been able to meet so many new people and work with various different communities.
So as for how we've decided to structure our workshops, we're currently focused on working with different senior communities, and we structure them based on a curriculum that Shomik and I have been creating. So for the first workshop everywhere, we cover basic phone usage for iPhones and Androids, and then after that, we talk with the senior communities to see what topics they feel their residents would benefit most from, and then create presentations based on that. And for the first half of the workshops, we do it in a seminar style. So we like present and answer questions about that topic along the way. And then for the second half, we go around offering hands-on help to the residents with their own like personal devices. Next slide, please. And for future work and goals that we have, like Shamik said, we've met with a great demand, and with just the two of us, it's hard to accommodate all the different communities that need help. So we're looking to recruit more high school volunteers, not only from our community, but other communities who'd be willing to hold their own workshops and also help with the workshops that we've been doing. And we also want to like be able to partner with more organizations, not only in Portland, but hopefully also outside of Portland, because we want to diversify our work not only in Portland, but also into other communities, because we know that seniors aren't the only ones that need help, but many others need help with technology. Thank you so much, City of Portland and NDIA.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm with the San Francisco Tech Council, which is a multi-sector collaborative advancing digital inclusion for older adults and adults with disabilities in San Francisco. About 30% of our population in San Francisco are over 50 years of age. Many live on low income, and many live alone and are facing high costs of living in the city. Next slide, please. So did you know that the founders of 3 major global brands, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Coca-Cola, as well as KFC, all started their businesses over the age of 50 when they first started? So that was then, but let's talk about today's. Next slide, please. So 1/3 of the US population are over 50 years of age, and many lack sufficient savings to retire. And while many face age discrimination when they're looking for a traditional job, they also are seeking flexibility in their work-life balance, and many are turning to entrepreneurship as a way to do that. Kaufman Foundation reports that about 25% of new entrepreneurs in 2019 were over the age of 50. And the advantage that they have is they have skills over their life, they have experience, they have networks. But the one thing that they do kind of lack over other individuals starting businesses is that they have fear and they have self-doubt when it comes to their ability to start a business. They lack the entrepreneurial know-how, and they have limited digital skills, especially when it comes to new platforms and tools that they can use for their business. And they lack a supportive community and support systems to help them continue as they see their business grow. Next slide, please. So I'd just like to share how San Francisco collaborated across sectors, to pilot Kickstart Your Business at 50+, which has the goal of preparing low-income older adults, those over the age of 50, to achieve financial security by starting their own business. The program is open to individuals, obviously, over the age of 50 on a low income who have a good idea for a business or a service in terms of product. Or also we're looking for individuals who have an existing business, but we're struggling with restarting that business in a post-pandemic recovery. Next slide, please. So the pilot program has been offered to low-income adults, as I say, in San Francisco. The only eligibility is that they meet the age requirement, that they are a resident of San Francisco, and it is free to them. Next slide, please. Next slide, please, because I know we're running out of time. But we've had 3 cohorts to date. We've had 66 individuals. We've had a very good retention rate of 81%. Many of them are women, 70%. We've also had a high representation of people of color within the cohorts. And the businesses that they've started have been everything from consulting to services in terms of personal care and education, and also food services. One thing that we've learned is that there's an opportunity to do more in this space, and if anybody would like to learn more about the program and how they can replicate that in their communities, myself and my colleague Carla are here, and we'd be happy to share more information with you. So thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Brandon. I am not Somos.
No, that is the right slide, though. I am an organizer with Media Justice and the Media Justice Network. Y'all can Google us and find out. I'm also a board member of the May 1st Movement Technology Cooperative. And I want to talk to you all today about a concept of digital justice. We have digital equity, digital inclusion, and I want to tell a quick story about these young folks. And I really am grateful to follow up the TechQ folks that spoke before. So Somos, you can see they're a group of high school students in Baltimore. They are a group that came together based on a shared identity and based around kind of shared challenges that they were facing for immigrant students and for English learning students at their high school. And you can see in their mission, they talk about what they're trying to achieve is to challenge systemic injustice. You can go to the next slide. During the pandemic, they realized that there was this kind of shared shameful secret that a lot of the students had that were part of Somos and their friends, and it was that they couldn't go to school online when it was during the lockdown and it was remote. And they did all of the great organizing. They did everything you can. They built a group of advocates and a coalition around them to support them. They got devices from their city council. They had city council champions. If you folks in the room here from Baltimore were probably involved and helped support those folks. I see Lo in the back raising your hand. I think that's Lo. It's hard to see all the way from here. But they weren't able to get affordable internet because their monopoly corporate provider was not accountable to them. Despite all of the power they had built locally, despite everybody they had brought together, their corporate monopoly provider was accountable to their shareholders and not the community. And so they were stuck in an unjust system that they couldn't address at the local level. Next slide. And so I wanted to share, these are digital justice principles from Detroit Digital Justice Coalition. That's right, there are folks here from Detroit also. I'm also not a member of the Detroit Digital Justice Coalition, just sharing the good work of other folks that I've been fortunate enough to interact with. And you can read through these, but I want to highlight the last one, and you might recognize that from the DEEM framework report that was also quoted in there. And the situation where spaces where communities could investigate their problems, generate solutions, and organize together, they almost had that. They were able to do a lot of that, but they weren't actually able to get their solutions realized because there were deeper systemic issues. Next slide. And so here's an example. This was from what ended up happening is they came to us through another network member, and we helped them make their campaign a national campaign with a press conference. This is one of the slides from our press conference asking why is it that schools and cities, the only thing that they can do is fight with these giant corporations that don't give a damn about them. And that's one hint as to why, because we have one system, our political system is corrupt. But you can go on and on. We know about the history of segregation and redlining. We know about the ableism in our society. We know about all of these issues that are unjust systems. Next slide. I think I'm out of time already. So I just wanted to leave you with this. Oh, I'll say this too. So Somos did end up getting, I want to not leave you not knowing, they did end up getting one of their demands partially met by their provider. They got Comcast to raise the speeds of Internet Essentials plan, not just for Baltimore, but for everybody. And if anybody from Comcast says, we were going to do that anyways, that doesn't make it better. Their response is, we didn't listen to those young folks that told us what they needed. So I'm going to let Somos take credit for that. But what I want to leave you with is ask you, what are the root causes of these unjust systems and digital inequity in your community? Also, I want you all, because who else is better positioned to talk with the community about what kind of technology they do want, but also the kinds of technology they don't want. So I want you to think about how do the technological systems and digital systems show up in harmful ways in your cities? Surveillance, algorithmic risk assessment, predictive policing, all of these things, there are people organizing around these and other unjust systems that you could be building with. Because somebody said earlier, like, we don't want to be putting Band-Aids on policy. We don't want to have to do this work forever. The job of an organizer is to work their way out of needing to exist. And so I want us to challenge these systems. And my last question, who else is there? Who else is there that's working on these issues that are these systemic issues so that we don't have to keep asking for this generational investment of digital equity money? So we don't have to keep begging to be able to connect low income folks. We don't have to keep begging for subsidies. Let's actually try to fight for just systems so we don't have to beg, and let's get the change we want. That's it.
Okay, I'm back. I got a little distracted earlier with, with the secretary. So we had the Secretary of Commerce here. That's crazy sauce, right? Come on. We've had support from various places on this work, and we all know the pandemic did a lot to draw attention to what we're all doing, and that's where some of the support comes from. But we were starting to make some gains even before the pandemic hit. When NDIA first got started, we were that was the reason we got started was to change how the Lifeline program was modernized. And one of the things that just really struck me, because I did this with no public policy experience, I really didn't know what I was doing, and lots of amazing people showed me the way. But one of the things that really struck me is when I first went into meetings in the FCC, I did not know Gigi Sohn. She was there and she wanted to know what was going on the ground. We ended up having her as the keynote at the very first net inclusion in Kansas City, because she was somebody who was in a position of power, just like our secretary, right? In a position of power, of influence, let's say, who really wanted to know what was happening on the ground. And the reality today is that she's very close to getting that 5th seat at the FCC, and it's not quite making it over to really happening. And so because she's in this like holding pattern, I thought it'd be really great if we showed her how much we need her and how much we appreciate her. So can we virtually, because we're live streaming, give Gigi a standing ovation? Awesome. Fabulous. Thank you. Gigi, that was for you. I hope you feel it. Okay, now we're gonna play a really important video. And this is the announcement I wanted to make earlier and had to bite my tongue because it's not actually my place to make the announcement. So we're gonna play this video so you can hear what's coming next.
Hello, Ben Ray Lujan, United States Senator here. It's an honor to share a few words at this year's Net Inclusion Annual Conference. And I want to thank Angela Siefer and the National Digital Inclusion Alliance for their longstanding partnership and support. As our world rapidly shifts online, Americans must be equipped with the knowledge and skills to use technology properly and successfully. That's why I'm reintroducing legislation this week to create a long-term solution to improve digital equity and close the digital divide by launching a nonprofit foundation to award funding, support, research, provide training, and improve education to communities in need. The foundation will supplement our federal agencies, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration and the Federal Communications Commission. The new foundation will support our agency's ongoing work to award grants, support research, provide training and education, engage with stakeholders, collect data, and promote policies to improve digital equity outcomes. Similar nonprofit foundations have had great success supporting the missions of various government agencies like the NIH, FDA, and the National Park Service, and providing a mechanism to leverage public-private partnerships to support innovation. Critically, this legislation also ensures the decision makers will consist of experts that reflect the diverse communities that are in need of these investments, who will work closely with federal agencies to support and uplift digital equity-focused programs. Again, I want to thank all of you for your support. Together, we can implement long-term solutions for digital equity. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
So the funding for that would come from Spectrum auction proceeds. It has to pay for. We're not asking for them to find money. We found the money. Right. So this one, I feel like we actually maybe even have a better chance than we were trying after when we were working on the Digital Equity Act. It's not a done deal, right? This is the beginning of the process. But just as we talked about earlier, that we have to have our elected officials understanding that the money that's coming isn't going to solve the digital divide, It's going to make great gains. We're going to do amazing work with it, but we have to find those continued sources of funding. This is one of the pieces. It's not the only piece, and it won't solve everything, but it is one really important piece. So for those of you who can talk to your elected officials and you're comfortable doing so, if you don't know what to say, talk to any of the NDIA's policy folks. Amy, Sion, Valet, Mooney will help you talk through how to have those conversations, because really what you're doing is educating. You're educating your policymakers as to what you need, and this is something you need. And Senator Lujan is the same person who was chairing that committee where I was testifying, and he's a rock star. So I'm very excited to see where this goes. I think am I turning it back to Elizabeth, or am I wrapping up, Elizabeth? Okay, this is when we let you all go, like we almost did earlier. And breakouts at 2:30. Back in here at 3:45. Thank you so much.
going to start with the session here in just a moment. We are not going to police this, but to the degree that you're comfortable, we would love if the folks in the back room wouldn't mind coming up to the front of the room. I think that'll make the Q&A a bit easier to manage so that our NDIA friends are not getting winded running from table to table. All right, for those of you who are just walking in the room, we do ask if you wouldn't mind coming up to the front of the room so we can have a more intimate setting in this very large room. My name is Jeremy Higley with the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City, and I'm your moderator for today's panel on demonstrating impact, strategies, and methods for evaluating programs. As most of you, if not all of you, have discovered by now, the digital equity field is extremely broad, and there are countless data points that you could measure if you wanted to. But today I'm joined by 4 very talented individuals who, over the next hour, will explore this topic from 4 very distinct perspectives. We're going to start by framing the conversation with a bit of a background on all of our respective roles and the unique lens through which we look at this work. We'll also then get into the goals of their respective work and get into then what they measure and why. Now, in preparing this session today, we discussed the various stages of development that some of you might be in. Some of you may have been doing this work for years, maybe even decades. Others of you, I know, are in your first months on the job, and you're trying to figure out all of the things that you could measure. And so with this, we will also focus part of the conversation on our panelists' recommendations for where you might get started. We'll also discuss thoughts on things that I wouldn't say that you shouldn't measure, but things that may be less beneficial to your efforts to measure before opening it up to your questions from the floor. One housekeeping note, we do encourage you to use the notes-taking app in Sched. As I'm sure you've heard by now, we've uploaded a few resources. We've all committed that we will upload additional resources there as well. And something that Aaron Schill from NDIA shared with me as a great suggestion yesterday is that that's also a great opportunity for you all to put the questions that you have in there. We will address those questions as best as we can, but that will also be a prompt for us as we are going through the notes after the session. If there are additional things that we think of might be beneficial to you, we can drop those in there as well. And you putting that in there first will be a great prompt for us. So we're going to start with some introductions, about 5 minutes each. And as moderator, I will start with an introduction for those of you that have not had a chance to meet yet. And I do have to say this is my 4th Net Inclusion Conference. And yesterday I told Angela Siefer that I feel like a puppy who's been dropped in the middle of a field with 800 squirrels that I want to run after and say hi to everybody. So if I haven't had a chance to talk to you and get to know you, I look forward to having a chance at a later date. But for those folks that I haven't met yet, you may be wondering why someone from our nation's central bank is moderating a panel on related to digital equity. And so I will speak to this from a philosophical standpoint. The regulatory perspective will put you all to sleep. Also, the views that I express today are those of my own and not necessarily that of the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City nor the Federal Reserve System. But broadly speaking, philosophically speaking, many people know the role of the Federal Reserve as our central bank and the work that they do in setting monetary policy, through setting interest rates, through regulating banks to ensure safe and sound banking practices, and ensuring a stable payment systems. The reason why we do those tasks for our country is to ensure that we have an economy that's strong and stable over the long run. That's also where our work in community development comes into play, because we know our economy is strongest when it works for everyone, including lower income and marginalized communities. We have some regulatory bank examiner things that are done to ensure those things happen. Our community development function works to raise awareness of those issues and work to advance solutions for those issues as well. We do this through research, through writing publications, giving presentations, informing policymakers, and convening stakeholders to advance meaningful solutions. From a personal perspective at the Federal Reserve, I got into the digital divide in 2017 when we started hearing from a variety of our stakeholders and our community partners about issues of digital equity, though we were not using those terms at the time. And so I launched a qualitative research project where through one-on-one conversations, through a series of focus groups and a national survey of practitioners, we asked folks what the digital divide looked like to the constituents they serve, what they wish the broader world knew about the digital divide, and what innovative programs they felt were making a difference. From that, one of my colleagues at the bank consolidated those 160 plus viewpoints into 7 common themes. We came out with a publication called Disconnected: 7 Lessons on Fixing the Digital Divide. It does predate the pandemic by about 8 months. So some of the information is a little dated, but it is a great tool that can still be used to explain the digital divide to folks that might care about it, but for whom their time is also busy figuring out how to fill potholes and keep the schools open and all the other things that have to happen for a strong community. A few other things I've done on the broadband digital equity front. I wrote a chapter in a publication that came out about 18 months ago on the role of philanthropy in bringing broadband to rural America. A lot of times this is a really complicated nut to crack, and helping people understand the role that they could play is something that I think is very beneficial. A couple other things real quickly. We began donating some of our surplus computers to community organizations in 2018. The first time we did that, we tracked those computers over a course of 6 months to see how children from underinvested communities were able to go to robotics competitions, learn how to code, how single moms that were transitioning out of homelessness were able to advance their family's economic well-being through using the computer to go to school. During the beginning of the pandemic, we launched a social media campaign to encourage other employers to join us in donating computers with the goal of getting 5,000 devices donated over the course of a year. We actually reached that goal in 8 months, largely through partnering with computer refurbishers and through Digitunity, a national organization that supports those efforts. And today I serve on their board of directors. Finally, in 2022, I was fortunate to lead an effort through the Federal Reserve System and NDIA to provide 2-day workshops to all of those great state leaders out there tasked with creating digital equity plans for their states and territories. Of the 56 eligible states and territories, we're able to provide training to 47 of them, including most of our US territories. So with that, again, I share that, provide a little bit of context. It's easy for us to all think that we all do the same thing. We may all be working to the same goal, but it's important to understand the nuances that we each have. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our panelists. I'm going to start with Anna. Anna, if you could briefly explain your work as it relates to this topic, specifically what aspects of digital inclusion you represent, and the role that you see serving there.
Sure. Hi, I'm Anna Reed. I'm a senior officer with the Broadband Access Initiative at the Pew Charitable Trust. Pew is a nonprofit, nonpartisan research organization that focuses on complex policy challenges. And actually around the same time that Jeremy started looking at the digital divide, Pew started looking at challenges related to expanding broadband access, particularly the role that states play. And it has been very exciting over the last few years to see the evolution of state programs accelerated by the federal funding to address not just infrastructure, but really all aspects of the digital divide. And so we spent some time looking at state policy as well as state programs and how states were working to close gaps in broadband access, which now is again, also very exciting to see that states are, really going to be the leading entity as we look towards the federal funding. We recently have also started some research focused specifically on expanding broadband access in affordable rental housing and the opportunities and challenges there, which when we look at that, it really is, all of the pieces, right? Like the infrastructure challenge, the affordability and adoption challenges, and the digital literacy and skills. And so it's what we're taking away from that, and we're still relatively early in some of that research, is the importance of that sort of comprehensive approach to addressing the challenge. In terms of the role that we play and kind of what we're doing related to measuring impacts, we're not looking necessarily, specifically at how you evaluate specific programs, but more across programs and across states, and where some of those best practices may exist that can be elevated and amplified for states or other practitioner communities.
Great, thank you. Pierrette, would you like to go next?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm Pierrette Dagg. I'm the Director of Technology Impact Research at Merit Network in Michigan. I'm also a PhD candidate in Social Foundations of Education and Ed Tech. And you may be a little bit familiar with Merit. We managed the NSF-Net in its early days. And since then, we have grown to service more than 400 community anchor institutions with network security and community services through our 4,400 miles of fiber optic infrastructure. In 2018, we launched an initiative called the Michigan Moonshot, and that was really our call to help bridge the digital divide in Michigan. And since then, we began with a household level, citizen-driven broadband survey and sentiment analysis, and really used that process to measure what was going on the ground. And recently we have turned our attention to broadband quality and user experiences, helping support those who connect the underserved, and also some digital inclusion and technology impact research to help policymakers and practitioners improve digital equity measurement and also help with remediation planning. And one project that I've been involved in pretty recently, I think would be of high interest to everybody in this conference, and we've added a link in the SCED, and then also I've got a QR code on a card if anybody would be interested. Merit, the Quella Center at Michigan State University, the Digital Equity Research Center, and also the NDIA worked together to build a working paper called the Digital Opportunities Compass: Metrics to Monitor, Evaluate, and Guide Broadband and Digital Equity Policy. And this working paper introduces a framework to help guide state and potentially local policy. We all know that the digital inclusion triangle, as I've been referring to it, devices, digital literacy, and access to broadband in some form have a large impact on digital inclusion. But 25 years of research has also demonstrated that there are things far beyond this triangle that also have a very large impact on digital equity and digital inclusion. So some examples of this would be technology design practices or adjustments that might be needed in the education system, adaptations and use cases like healthcare, the accessibility of government services, and then also things like identifying structural inequalities that also impact people's ability to access technology, like digital redlining. And our Compass framework has 6 components that we've identified through the research. And these are the context, governance, connectivity, skills, application, and outcomes. And each of these has bearing to practitioner work on the ground. We know that IIJA has 5 measurable objectives. So what we've done is build on these measurable objectives and then expand on them in important ways. We've also started to have some discussions about conceptualizing ways we may build upon this framework to expand into a potential prototype for an online application that might assist planners to benchmark tactics to increase digital equity and ensure that the efficacy of the interventions that they're planning are actually being assessed and quantified in a longitudinal manner. And then also we're looking at mechanisms to help inform policy as it's made, how to adapt strategy and deployment, and then also we can use this to potentially mitigate any unintentional consequences that result as a focus or attention in certain areas. And we're hoping this also might serve as a vehicle for community engagement and interinstitutional collaboration on the practitioner level and on the policymaker level.
Right, and Barbara, you come from a different angle on this. So can you share a little bit about the services your organization provides, and we'll go from there.
My name is Barbara Kim. I'm the Director of Evaluation at Tech Goes Home in Boston. Tech Goes Home was founded over 20 years ago. We provide all three legs of the triangle or the stool. So we have 15 hours of digital literacy training through partner organizations like many of you in the room, libraries, community centers, educators. So the community staff members, we train them. There are modules that they can build a curriculum from. And then at the end of the program or at the beginning of the program, the learners get a new Chromebook or an iPad based on the program. And one of the new things we introduced with the pandemic is providing a year of internet service. So we have a broad range of partners. We are with over 100 partners in the Boston area, and now we're expanding to Greater Boston. We've moved to Essex County, and we're hoping to be statewide by the end of the year. And so with our partner organizations, over 100, we serve about 3,000 plus families in Massachusetts each year. And our learners are from 3 to 93. And so they have different skills and different goals of why they come to our program. And so some of them are really focused on their child and learning and safety about what's available to them and early literacy. We have others who are in workforce development looking to find jobs. We have others who really just want the internet to connect with their family. And so we've really had the opportunity to learn from our partners and the community that we serve of what is important to them and making sure we have a program that is flexible, that in those 15 hours they learn the digital skills that they want, and then they have the opportunity to continue learning after they leave the program by having that computer and internet. And then as Director of Evaluation, I have the opportunity to be the storyteller of the organization. So I get to do pre-course survey, post-course survey, and we do an annual follow-up survey each year. And we just recently, past summer, finished our 5th year of our annual follow-up survey, and we've had over 1,900 people fill out that annual follow-up survey. So it's been really a great experience to watch the data over time and learn from it and adapt it summer. And I'll talk more about that in a little bit.
Great. And Vicki.
Hi, Vicki Shamaru. I am a founder of a nonprofit called Build Justly, she, her pronouns. I've spent 30 years either inside or alongside big tech. I started working when I was 2, just kidding. Really, the last handful of years, I actually spent inside of the OSM browser businesses, and so how they use the mass quantities of real-time data to create and exacerbate the disparities in tech. We try to mitigate some of those issues while inside of these businesses, and found that when COVID hit, and we saw in real time the results of those disparities just blossoming in front of us, we realized how tech had become not a bridge to opportunities, but a barrier for many. So we started Build Justly really to look at the ways that the tech businesses itself, what they do to create these disparities, bring forth those ways to measure both the qualitative and quantitative data, either in program form or in tool form, so that practitioners, policymakers, other businesses can use those measurements to determine those outcomes, but also to create ways in which we can, as individuals, collect our own data, see our own data, and use that data to pressure or enthusiastically share with these technology companies the importance of including everyone in their decisions around the data and technology businesses. So, just to kind of answer why I'm here on an outcome panel, it really is, to think of different ways in which maybe technology or data can help us collect and analyze data and outcomes moving forward.
Great, thank you. So as you can see, we have 4 very different perspectives on this topic. And if you look at the description, you'll notice that one of the things that you were encouraged to do was to bring your own questions. We will dedicate a fair amount of time in this session to going through that. I'm not sure if we have a mic runner in this room. Oh, there you are. Thank you so much. Okay, just wanted to double check that. And before you go farther, I think it might help to get a better sense of who's in the room. So if you are, could you raise your hand if you work for this a state or territory working on a digital equity or BEAD program? Okay, a handful. Anyone in a generally speaking research field? Sorta, kinda, okay. And direct service providers. Okay, wow. Now I'm wondering what other buckets I've missed. Libraries? Okay, there we go. Anybody else want to just raise your hand that maybe if I didn't hit you? A funder? Oh, perfect. Front and center. Any other funders in the room? Nice, nice. Okay, great. So I will say that before I came to the Federal Reserve, I worked for a nonprofit. And as we were talked about this session, one of the things we did talk about is bringing to light things that maybe are not effective to measure, partly so that we can help inform funders of the things that may sound great, may sound ideal to measure, but might be counterintuitive. With that, we'll get back to our panel. You heard several different perspectives on what they look at. I'm curious, I want to hit on a few things. First, and you talked about getting into measurement of broadband in affordable housing. Oh, and I have to say that I'm going off script from everything I told our panelists now. So if they seem thrown off, you can blame it on me. But something you talked about looking at broadband in affordable housing. Can you talk a little bit about how and why you're looking at that and maybe what you're finding as it might relate to this topic?
Sure. So we started looking at this because for 2 reasons, really. One, with the CARES Act funding, we started seeing a few states pilot programs that look specifically at addressing this challenge because you have geographic concentration, right, of community that is un or underserved or un or underconnected, depending on, well, both really. But they're in areas that generally won't qualify for any of the available funding, right? Like they aren't, in a census block that's 80% unserved by broadband, for example. And so there was more flexibility with those funds, and we saw this being identified as a challenge and some interesting attempts to address it. And then with the federal funding, the BEAD and the Digital Equity Act funding, there is, again, some opportunity to look at this challenge, particularly in states that are going to be able to go past the, first prioritization of reaching their unserved areas. And as we look at, and obviously it also reaches a lot of the covered populations under the infrastructure, the IIJA funding programs. But as we look at, this challenge now and where we are, getting more people connected requires both getting to people where they are, and housing, is a way to do that, and looking for where there are those pockets of populations that are unserved or underconnected. Because you can only get so far with one house at the end of the road and another house at the end of the road. And so it's an opportunity to really also address some very complex challenges, right? Like there are really, really difficult thorny challenges in the housing space, and there are really, really difficult thorny challenges in the broadband space, and they come together and make it an even more difficult challenge, right? Like you have, we did a set of interviews, and apologies if this is getting to be too long an answer, And, you know, someone pointed out essentially like when you're working in housing, you're working in a highly, highly regulated space, right? And you have a lot of requirements related to every funding program that comes in. And then when you start layering on those broadband programs and the requirements, or you know, other areas as well, you're going to run into conflicts in the requirements of your funding that can be difficult to work through. So, you know, just on the funding level, there are those challenges, and then they get a lot. You know, they're just a lot. And so where we kind of are with this is we decided to look at it. We conducted a set of interviews with housing experts, as well as digital equity organizations and funders, so state housing finance agencies and federal federal agencies that provide funding for housing. We'll have a report coming out later this month on that. And then we're planning to do a set of case studies. But just in terms of some of the initial findings, you know, there isn't kind of one model that will work everywhere, which I think is expected. But one of the things we're really finding is the challenge as we're looking to the case studies is everything's been funded with some short-term funding, right? Mm-hmm. So, you know, there are the CARES Act pilots, and now there are some ARPA projects, and there's some philanthropically funded projects, but none of these have the funding to continue those efforts after that 3 to 5 year period. And, you know, that's a challenge.
So that's actually a great segue into my next question for Barbara, which is knowing that the funding we have is not infinite. It's important that we do effective program measurement to evaluate outcomes, and that we tell that story. So I believe from what I hear you say, you give devices, you do the digital skills training, you also help with connectivity, so kind of serving all three of those legs, but then you also do it across different age groups for different areas of interest and needs, which if that's correct, that's a whole lot. So how do you prioritize what you measure? Are those things, to what extent are those outcome measurements the same or different across those different groups and needs?
Yeah, so it's a question we struggle with because as Jeremy started this panel with, there are countless things you can measure. And there is only so much time that we want to have our learners taking the survey. One, because we want to actually make sure we use the data that we're collecting from our learners. Two, the longer the survey, the more likely they will get partway through and stop taking the survey. And so we have a conversation every year. We look back through what did we ask last year on the annual follow-up survey? How did we use that data in the past year? Did we share it internally? Did it change our programming? Did we communicate that to any of our outside partners? Do we share it back to community members? And if we aren't using that data anymore, we work really hard to drop a question. It's much, much harder to drop a question than it is to add another question. With the pandemic, we added a whole bunch of other questions about how the pandemic had changed our learners' lives. And, you know, telehealth was not a thing that I asked on my original annual follow-up survey. And so we've come down to, we collect way more, but the three that really always stand out to me is, you know, were you able to find a new job, better job, get a pay raise, or enter a work training program? And we understand like this is a 15-hour digital literacy curriculum. We are partnering with other organizations who do workforce, and regularly we have responses that 54% of our adult learners have attained one of these milestones, and 86% contribute that accomplishment to the work that they've done with Tech Goes Home or the partner organization. And so that is incredible. And so one of those things, again, kind of on the opposite side, 98% of caregivers say that their school-age children are better able to do schoolwork online. And so in some of these programs, they are the adult in the household taking the program, and still their school-age children are having improvements. And on the flip side, we have intergenerational programs that are more geared toward the student. The student will have a Chromebook that they get to take home, and the family gets internet. And those adults coming in that need it have said that the skills that they've learned during that program have allowed them to get a new, better job or a pay raise. And so this interconnection really you can see throughout our different programs. And then, as I mentioned, telehealth, one of the things with the annual follow-up survey is, 80% of the people who took our survey, so that's the adult in the household that took the survey, accessed vaccine information or scheduled their vaccine appointment. So 80%, we just surveyed the families that took it in 2021 last summer. And so that equates in our community as 4,000 households. And so that's each family that are now safer, that hopefully if they do get sick, they're out of work for less time. And so we try to measure what can work for most of our programs and understand at that same time we're not capturing everything because we just can't.
So I think that's excellent point, and something that, for the sake of brevity, one of the things that came through to me hearing you say that is you're really providing not just digital skills and access, you're providing workforce development, you're providing educational access, and you're providing health, access to health services. And so one of the things that I think is imperative is for all of us to think about how to translate this one service that people might think you provide into the framework that's going to resonate with prospective funders. Another question for you. You talked about storytelling. Can you share just briefly what that storytelling looks like and how you combine the storytelling with the data?
Yeah, so I threw a bunch of numbers right now, and then it comes back to the stories. And so that percent, that 4,000, that's a family, that's an individual, that's a story. And so one of the other things we do in combination with our annual follow-up survey is we also reach out to learners and ask them to do a 60-second video of what they learned at Tech Goes Home and why it was important to them. And we only get about 10 to 15 of those videos. Those videos, compared to the 400 surveys, are what make the team smile and for us to feel that impact our work. So to have the mom sitting in front of her camera, the kid walking by being like, my child was able to continue to do their schoolwork because they had their Tech Goes Home computer. I was able to continue my schooling and my job because I had a computer and internet access at home. Those are the stories that we hear over and over. We have group chats in the team, and so our partnerships team just shared recently they had heard back from one of their program partners, and they had a record number of their students who are going to college next year. And they were like, the route that changed in our program this year is that we implemented Tech Goes Home, and because of that digital access, their students felt like they belonged in college. And so those are the stories, that sense of feeling of belonging, that they have the confidence to be lifelong learners and that they can keep learning and no longer are afraid of the digital space is what makes me get up and go to work every day.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to ask a few more questions. I'm also going to give our panelists an opportunity to ask each other a question. Just real quickly to help me gauge the time, so I have time for all of your questions. You don't have to ask it now, but can you just raise your hand if you would like to ask a question or make a comment at some point? Okay, I see some up here. Okay, thank you. So I'll open this up to anyone on the panel, but what are your general recommendations for where someone might begin with program evaluation?
I think with any program evaluation, it is very easy for those of us who are evaluating to put most of the stock in what's happening within our own organizations. So I think that building an interinstitutional evaluation committee is important. So not only ask the people that you impact directly, but also those that you impact indirectly. Also taking a look at if there are any marginalized populations or vulnerable populations that may or may not have some sort of impact as a result of your program. They should also have a very high voice in your evaluation. I think that when you're looking at those, you need to set your measurements and your metrics before you implement any program that you might start. Another one that I wanted to make sure that we talked about was that I believe that it's a misstep for almost any program to focus on the immediate term only. And I think that there would be reasons why, or the reasons why for each one of us would vary differently, but it's so easy to find the easy way to evaluate or the quick way to evaluate or what's going to help me right now or with the next year. But I think building strategies and policies and programs and measuring things in a more longitudinal manner is critical. I think that's, also goal setting shouldn't be myopic. So that goes to planning beyond the simple, planning beyond the easy. Definitely looking at what the next step is to make the most impact next time, but never being afraid to say, what should this look like in 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, even if it seems like it's going to be a very long way to get there.
So I'm curious if anyone has an example of what that more long-term goal setting might look like.
In the case of building broadband strategies, whether it's for states or communities, I think that it's very easy to want to be able to plan measurements and metrics that are easily measurable. So how many people are connected, how many devices are connected, and that's absolutely critical. But looking at things beyond that, how do changes in government services, city services, relationships with street level bureaucrats, curriculum in K-12 schools, how does the economics and digital readiness of businesses change over time, things that are a little bit more challenging to quantify and measure and then set strategies for, at least in our regard, I think are difficult, but would be much more worthwhile if we're looking 5, 10, or 15 years down the road in terms of impact.
Great. Anybody else want to?
Yeah, can I answer your last question? So I really, the work that the panelists have done, and I'm sure many of you in the audience, the work that you do day to day is a heavy load. And, I just want to say how grateful I am for all the work that you do. I also want to continuously remind us of the people that we are here to serve, right? These are people that are low resourced. They don't have a lot of time. They, most likely don't have a ton of support, especially with technology. And so one of the things that, my nonprofit was really mindful of is how do we help you as practitioners, policymakers, et cetera, as well as the learners take the load off of them. And so we worked over the last year on a open source application that can be installed in a device, not Chromebooks yet, but Macs and Windows that actually allow the users to see what they're doing on their devices. So to get them more aware of what data looks like, data that the Googles and the Apples of the world are collecting already, and to then empower them to say, okay, I matter, what I'm doing matters, and to either share that or sell that. But then also to make it available to everyone so that then we can see what's working and what's not in real time. Because that's the thing that technology does really, really well that many of us have not been able to do, which is to collect that quantitative data quickly. But then also we've been thinking about how we can then add ways in which qualitative surveys can be popped up in smaller bits. And so when you ask those questions about how this work or the device has been impacting them over time, that it can be done in situ.
Anybody else?
I think since the qualitative questions were mentioned, just the recommendation to not overlook the qualitative data collection as well, because often there's a lot of focus on those, quantifiable metrics, but the qualitative data is what helps tell the story and make it real. And it is also, I think, very important for understanding perceptions, where the numbers might be telling you one thing, but people perceive something as not particularly effective or annoying, or sometimes something they think is really, really great, and you're seeing not a huge amount of uptake. So it gives you that understanding as well.
So I'm curious if any of you have experience with some off-the-shelf evaluation models, and if so, what those are, and any pros and cons. No?
I can speak to the qualitative.
Yeah.
So for us, when you're trying to measure or quantify digital equity or digital inclusion, there are so many tools that exist right now, and they can look at the state of connectivity, the state of the extent to which a community or a state is advantaged or disadvantaged. It can look at the state of policy advancement. There are 20 such tools, if not more, both on a state scale and an international scale, that I think you can use as good barometers or good tools. And we've linked to all of those in the Digital Opportunities Compass for anybody that may see some benefit in using those. I think that the biggest challenge with some of these off-the-shelf measurements, although they have been demonstrated to be effective, they've been vetted by science and research, they still lack a holistic, overarching view of what the problem is. And some of that is because they're identifying very well a single component. Some of it is because it takes a look at a single snapshot in time rather than a long-term impact or a long-term problem. And then a big part of that too is that there are a lot of things that are very hard to objectively measure. And although there are ways to do that, it does take a lot of effort and a lot of introspection and strategy to deploy those. So some of that would certainly be some of the qualitative measurements, like the effectiveness of curriculum or the ability to provide opportunities for ongoing adult and lifelong learning. Things like that are a little bit harder to quantify because some of them are qualitative metrics, but I don't think that until you have that picture as well, you're not truly understanding the lived social, physical, and emotional realities of the users and citizens that we're trying to help.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to open it up to see questions from the audience. Right here.
Can you put it in the box, though? It's not the same.
I trust these more. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nick Savage. I'm Digital Inclusion Director for Community Partners of South Florida. And this is a great time as far as the question I have. It segues what we're talking about directly. If you've been in the profit and nonprofit world where technology is a big piece of it and engagement, right? So in a lot of cases, we use different words. Marketing versus engagement, it kind of goes like a versus with profit versus engagement. And then at the same time, with technology, where I am, it's kind of scary in the nonprofit when we start having to dig a little deeper since we're talking about technology, right? And I'm one of the original PC Microsoft creators, all right? So we've been at it a while. My question is, how many use or promote the methodologies that produce the outcomes that have been around for 60 years, in some cases, say with technology, right? So if we're talking about capability maturity model, Carnegie Mellon, which has change management, as we all know, processes, which put us on the moon. And I love what we were saying earlier about moonshot. So we're dealing with moonshot activities, you know, and it put us on Mars, put us on the moon. How many actually use CMMI capabilities, capability maturity models, or agile to get to the answers, or marketing? You know, we don't use the word brand, you know, I'm saying engagement, but marketing is the baseline for a lot of these things, sentiment analysis, right? How many actually are using the things that have already been around for 60 to 70 in a combination, like quality control, Malcolm Baldrige, you know, things like that? Is that clear?
Any takers?
I think that this is an interesting and also a very dangerous question, and I love that you asked it. So if I'm hearing you right, and I can say this because I'm a reformed marketer, and now I'm a researcher,
Right.
I'm an academic.
Right.
So there are, I feel like, absolutely quite an interesting faction between academia and practitioners, just the same way as you're describing from research methodology to business methodology, because marketing is business, right? So what I think is lacking in the field is I don't see a lot of people. Barbara here described just a little bit of their strategies, which I feel like are in line with yours, but I think that there's such a hole right now, especially for the people that are in this room, is I think a lot of people refer to this as knowledge translation. So how do we take and translate proven practices that have been demonstrated by research and science versus what's been demonstrated to be effective in the field in a way for those who are doing the work to make it happen? And that's one of the things that we've been aiming to do a little bit. And I've met some amazing people here at this conference who are also doing it. But the people that are thinking like this are few and far between. And that's why we get quite a lot of research that does not translate into practice, or quite a lot of knowledge from practitioners that they're pushing up to the academic community that doesn't get considered. So I think that's very astute, and I think we should be considering that more.
Thank you, because it was a need, like the word, we always have discussions at our office on when I say requirement. And when you've made, 60 to 100 products, or, that's all it really is a requirement. You take the heart away, you listen, you do active listening, you get the requirements. But the words needs and requirements, when we're talking internally, they're saying, no, Nick, you got to use, like you said, a different word. And I'm saying, at the end of the day, let's take away all the emotion away so we can be effective and get to the result. Okay.
And I think the question back here. Right. Good read.
Hi, Ken Edwards, an American Connection Corps Fellow serving with Lead for America in Auburn, Nebraska. I'm from Table Rock, Nebraska. It's a town of like 230, so it's very exciting.
What part of the state?
Southeast, so like hour and a half south of Omaha. We've actually had the pleasure of working with Dell before he left. That's unfortunate, but hopefully we can work with you. But my question to all of you is, what are your thoughts on data ownership? And I'll just kind of leave it at that.
Data ownership.
Yeah.
Anna?
That is a thorny and difficult question. I think do not have any official thoughts on it from a Pew perspective, but I think it is something that as you are considering how to do your evaluation is something that's very important to think through and, answer at the outset so that it does not become an even more challenging issue further down the line as you're trying to, and especially I think if you're working with, partners of any type with that evaluation. It's not a lot of helpful thought there, but just that it is, it's a difficult issue, and it is one that's really important to think through at the outset of, your planning for your data collection and program evaluation.
Anybody else want to respond?
I mean, my answer, I think we should all own our own data. But that's hard, right? I mean, data is kind of all around us. There's so much of it. So it is really complex to know, who should own what. I think that, we are really, we're in exciting times in which right now there's a lot, right? There's a lot of resources, there's a lot of opportunity. And so I think this is a really good time for us to really think about how we can work together, because it is, unfortunately, in those times in 3 to 5 years when things get a little bit more scarce, people are going to start to fight over who owns what, right? And so I like that you brought that question up, but I think, it behooves everybody in this room to really think about what's going to happen in that 3 to 5 year span.
Question back here.
Hi, sorry to that person over there. I'm curious what experience you have in looking at the macro level of listening sessions where there's large groups of people where the individual stories get lost in the aggregation versus those individual story listening sessions which take a lot longer and a lot more time, money, and labor intensive, but get the information with the emotion that allows for an ability to have full inclusivity and folks aren't lost in the aggregate.
There are some tools from a qualitative analysis perspective if you're gathering data. So certainly you can do listening tours or sessions while you're in person. I'm actually a fan. There's a couple of instances of Qualtrics and some other tools that are now actually helping to code the open-ended questions. So you could do a mix of quantitative and qualitative and then use the open-ended questions to be able to actually quantify or categorize or code some of the qualitative stories. And then I'm a fan of, when you do that, you're developing a phenomenology. So in general, this group of people thought this way, and this way. And then you as a data analyst or a researcher can go in and pull some of those to help personalize some of the stories. And when I do that, if there are things that I pull out to help highlight or bring in a quote within the text or as I'm telling the story, you can actually include options, even if it's anonymized data. You can ask people when you're pulling those, do you mind, if you want to be contacted later, include your contact information. And then that's how I identify, based on the thematic commonalities from whatever I'm trying to interpret. You'll see that there's generally some sentiments that are emerging from the data. You can use that to choose where you go and have some in-depth conversations about it. So it's a way of not only generalizing across a certain group of people, but then also providing targeted storytelling to be able to help people to understand the real impacts of that.
I would just add that's how we kind of approach a lot of our qualitative research is in kind of two phases, right? So we start with those larger focus groups, which give you an opportunity to get to the overall themes, right? And understand what the sort of universe of concerns or, whatever your specific question that you're looking at is, and then to go into a next phase that focuses more on those individual interviews where you've been able to then use that data from the broader focus group conversations or workshops or listening tours, and refine the questions and really draw out the information that you're looking for or looking to highlight from those individual interviews.
All right, and then a couple questions over here. And while he's running across the room, real quickly, any general thoughts on common things that maybe organizations get wrong when they're starting like program evaluation? I mean, you spoke to some of that earlier, but Barbara, anything, lessons learned from the front lines?
I'll reiterate what I said earlier. It's so easy to collect information that is not necessarily used at an organization. And so really looking at your missions and values as an organization, and each question on the survey asking as a team, why are we asking this question? How will it be used? And if there isn't a clear answer, being uncomfortable with that uncertainty of like, maybe we won't ask this question this year. And then next year, if there's a reason that it's come up, that we could add it back again. And just really being thoughtful as you collect that data and curate those questions. it's start. That's the other part. Like if you aren't doing a pre-course, post-course, or an annual follow-up survey or whatever makes sense for your organization, also just start. And if it's like, we'll ask 5 questions this year, that's what we're going to start with. You will learn so much from those 5 questions that you will then go back the next year, the next time you're doing it, and being like, this is what we learned from the 5 questions. This is what we want to know more about. Evaluation is an iterative process, and it can be so hard to get that train going, or it's hard to keep the train from going too far. So finding that middle spot that works for your organization and being comfortable in that uncertainty of like, it's not going to be perfect, and there will be another opportunity to do it again.
I also like what Pierrette said earlier about not developing this in an echo chamber, my words, not yours, but also maybe getting the perspective of those clients that you're serving to see what they think about those questions. So yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Heather Wood-Gramza, and I'm from the Library of Michigan e-library coordinator and part of library development team. So my question, interestingly enough, kind of dovetails off of what was just mentioned. Earlier in the session, you had said there are things maybe as practitioners we might want to collect, but specific things that we might not want to because they're not as effective. And so I was wondering if you could give some specific instances of data points or things that maybe we should try to avoid because they're just not as effective, especially when it comes to funding sources.
So I'll jump in. So before I came to the Federal Reserve, I worked in the nonprofit sector for about 12 years. And I would say to be cognizant of what you're asking people to report. If you came up to me and asked me what my household income was, I wouldn't feel very open in sharing that with you. And so thinking about the degree to which you can bucket those things to where it's a little bit more palatable and not intrusive, and only ask it if you really think you need to know it. One of the things that we share with community organizations at the Federal Reserve, a lot of our work is focusing specific to serving people that are of lower moderate income. Sometimes there are proxies that you can use for that. So we know if folks are receiving SNAP benefits or other public benefits, or Medicaid, we don't need to ask them what their household income is. We know they automatically have that. So sometimes it's how you phrase that. But any other thoughts on maybe questions that are counterintuitive or not as beneficial as you might think?
It goes back to what are the mission and the values of your organization. And so what are you trying to learn from the question that you're asking? And if you also mentioned like what is effective with funders, and that becomes a really hard question because as much as possible, hopefully the program evaluation that you're doing centers the learners and the instructors, and we aren't evaluating because we think the funders want that information. And it's, I started out at Tech Goes Home in Boston as the development manager, so writing the grants, and we weren't doing the annual follow-up survey at that time. And as the person writing the grants, I was like, there's data that I really want to show what our program is doing. And so that how are our learners now using the skills that they've gained? Was really the question we wanted to answer. And then we ended up with well, they could have used their skills in this list that's 20 long. And it's like, that's one question now with 20 possible answers. So re-narrowing, okay, what are our values? What is the mission of the organization? Okay, can we limit that to 5? Because that's one question, now 5 possible answers, it's really 5 questions. And so just thinking that through is really important. And then if you're working with a large population that have different needs for digital skills, going back to what we said in the beginning, is where, do you have a program that's specifically for small business? You're going to have very specific questions for that program, but trying to figure out where the questions can align across all of your programs so that you have that wealth of data to be like, okay, so I can break this down in my small business course, but across all of our program, we know that this is how people are using the skills that they've learned. So it didn't give you a specific answer, but hopefully it provided some framework.
And I think we have time for one more question.
This is on? Oh, thank you so much. Okay, quick question, but maybe it sounds quick. And I'm happy there are funders here to hear the question too. How do you fund this evaluation work? I mean, I write grants too, and I'm in a nonprofit, and I know how important this is, not just for funding. I don't want it to sound like, oh, we're just doing it for funding. No, to tell the stories, to collect the stories and tell the stories. But how do you fund that? How much does it cost? Where can I find some information about how much this costs so I can say, this is how much this costs, that's why I wrote that, or that's why we have this in our budget?
I mean, I'll say I had this on my note card as a point to make, and we kind of skipped over the question. So I think that is a challenge, and it is something that funders need to be thinking about, right? This should be built in as a cost to programs that they are funding, because that evaluative component is critical. And so I know that doesn't directly answer your question about where to find funding, but I do want to, highlight that often funding does not include support for evaluation, but we can't make improvements and continue to understand, what to be funding and what to be investing in if we don't have an understanding of how those programs are working.
Yeah, I think we're in agreement. Real quickly, we're actually a minute over time. So first, I want to thank you all for joining us, and thank our panelists for their time today as well. So thank you. I do encourage you, if you didn't get a chance to get your questions, do put them in in SCED on the note-taking tool. We will review those and try to get more information to respond there. And then our panelists have all agreed that they will put some of the information they referenced in there as well. So thank you.
Impressed by everyone in this room because it is late in the day. It is nap time, and I'm so excited that you all are here for this really exciting moment in the conference. So thank you all for being here, and I'm going to jump right in. This is the time of the conference every year where we really get to look back on the past year and years and really recognize some of the amazing digital inclusion work that has happened. This is the moment where we get to award the Benton Digital Equity Champion Awards. Every year, these awards get more competitive and the selection committee has an increasingly difficult job. It's my pleasure to introduce Adrienne Furness, the Executive Director of the Benton Institute for Broadband and Society. The Benton Institute's goal is to bring affordable, high-capacity broadband to all people in the United States to ensure a thriving democracy. Adrienne is one of the founders of this movement, and I'm so pleased to bring Adrienne up to announce the 2023 Benton Digital Equity Champions.
Here you go. I don't know if you want to hold it. No, I'm tall enough. As I just said, I'm tall enough to stand behind the podium, Angela. First of all, hi, everybody. Boy, it is a big room. And, you know, I was here since 2015, and it is quite a difference between 200 people at the the Kansas City Public Library, and here we are now in Texas. First of all, let me give a big shout out of thanks to the people who make this possible. Yvette Scores from NDIA. She's an amazing partner to Benton, and I really appreciate her. And then Robbie Macbeth, who's a Benton staffer, unfortunately could not be here today because he got COVID on his vacation and is watching from afar. And then Grace Tepper, who's here in front, who is also on the Benton team. But the awards would not be possible without the hard work of the committee who reads all the applications for all the wonderful people that are nominated. And I just want to quickly mention them, and if they're here and want to stand up for a round of applause, that would be wonderful. It's Rebecca Kauma, Gwen Weaver. Oh my God, Gwen Weaver. You know, like she's been on the committee a super long time. We really appreciate Gwen. Yeah, exactly. And then there's some former winners who have joined the team. So I super appreciate Toby Dichter and Jeff Milliner and Deb Socia, who have, as I said, been winners of past awards. And then the wonderful Davida Del Mar and Erica Camacho, also a previous winner. So please give a quick round of applause to these hardworking committee members, and we all appreciate them so much. So look, a more equitable, a more just society. This is an audacious goal, and it is a goal I believe everyone here shares, because it does take a village, and that is such an understatement. What it takes to reach this ambitious but increasingly necessary goal is all of us pushing or pulling in the same direction over many miles and many years. And that is something that Angela emphasized earlier. Just because we have all this money, you know, there's always a new generation of people that's going to be faced with some of these challenges. This does not get solved right away. What it takes is commitment, innovation, leadership, and most importantly, collaboration. So today, we get to celebrate some digital equity heroes. And these champions demonstrate the commitment, innovation, leadership, and collaboration that we all need to embrace in our own work. And so we're gathering to recognize their efforts and hope that it inspires all of you when you return to your own communities and push toward this more equitable, more just society. First up is our 2023 Charles Benton Digital Equity Emerging Leader, Angie Cooper. And So Angie is Executive Vice President and Chief Program Officer at Heartland Forward. And I always want to steal this because it is so wonderful. It is a think and do tank based in Arkansas. And they're focused on advancing economic performance and opportunities in the center of the country. It's hard for me to call Angie an emerging leader, given all she's done. But let's just say she's brought a heck of a lot of energy to Heartland Forward as a leader in bridging the digital divide. Angie launched the Connecting the Heartland initiative to help communities maximize unprecedented federal investments in universal connectivity. Now, Heartland Forward is the perfect place for Angie because she does take to heart that people's lack of high-speed internet fundamentally hinders their opportunities in education, work, and healthcare. So Benton is a lucky collaborator with Angie and her expert Heartland Forward team on the Accelerate Community Broadband Planning Program, which has reached over 24 communities with hours of training for local leaders on how to create broadband plans in Illinois, Ohio, and Arkansas. Glenn. And we are launching a new Accelerate program in Tennessee next month. Actually, that's right. Today is March, next month is April, and we're very, very excited about that. Angie also pioneered an affordable connectivity program outreach campaign with the League of United Latin American Citizens, reaching over 380,000 people in Latinx communities with information about how to access affordable service. And then one of the other things I love is I think both Angie and I are really interested in mentoring young people to get into this space. And so I think the fact that her Digital Equity Fund supported 14 American Connection Corps Fellows to create hyper-local, innovative digital skills training models to serve as blueprints for other communities. We've worked with these ACC fellows during our Accelerate program, and they're just an incredible group of, it used to be all young people, now they're doing some mid-career folks, and that's lovely to see too, as a more than mid-career person myself. But it's great to have that new generation of broadband leaders emerging from this effort. Angie is intentional in her work to ensure it's meeting people where they are with what they need to get online. I'm honored to present the 2023 Charles Benton Digital Equity Emerging Leader Award to Angie Cooper. Please join me in celebrating her efforts. And this goes to you.
Adrienne, thank you so much for your partnership, your leadership, and introducing me to so many friends and colleagues now that I have the opportunity to work with in this space. It is truly an honor to be here representing Heartland Forward and the work that we do. As Adrienne mentioned, we are a policy think and do tank. We're a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that defines and does work in 20 states in the heartland. We have one or two core missions about the work that we do around entrepreneurship and innovation, health and wellness, human capital and workforce development, and regional competitiveness. Those two things that we really focus on every single day include, one, how do we help change the narrative about the middle of the country? And how do we accelerate economic growth? We started our Connecting the Heartland initiative in 2021 because we believe it's an economic issue. Everyone must have access to affordable, high-speed internet. It can bring people for economic development and opportunities for our communities. Being recognized as an emerging leader in this space, as I said, is truly an honor, but I could not have gotten to this place without the amazing team at Heartland Forward and the incredible leaders I've worked with in this space who have been fighting this fight for years. A few to mention, obviously, Adrienne and the Benton team, the Pew Charitable Trust team, NDIA, our American Connection Corps fellows who got shout outs earlier today, but if you haven't met them, please do. There are 50 fellows across the country doing amazing work. Also, a great thank you and connection to the states that we work with in the broadband offices. Two that are sitting here today in the front row, Arkansas and Louisiana. We also appreciate the partnership and work in Tennessee and Ohio. And to our libraries, who I know many of you are also here today. It has truly been an exciting partnership and relationship, and we're excited maybe more to come on some of our partnerships with the Public Library Association. So I'll leave with, and Adrienne highlighted some of the work that we're doing in connecting the Heartland to high-speed internet. But like many of you, we're focused on the availability, adoptability, and affordability. But many of my friends in this room have heard me say many, many times, this is hard work. It takes all of us working together, and it takes really, truly, sometimes very simple approaches to boots on the ground. So as we think about how we can be a resource for states and communities at Heartland Forward, we always remind ourselves that many times the state legislators, the broadband offices might only have a director or one member of staff. Our state legislators might not have any staff. Our mayors are working and doing incredible work as part-time mayors. Being a daughter of a mayor from Enid, Oklahoma, I know what that's like when you're doing it volunteer and trying to, my dad always said, I'm just trying to keep the water, sewer, and trash in place. How could I ever think of building a digital equity plan for 10 years plus? So it takes partners. We all know that because in this room, we're on the ground, but let's not forget that. Let's not forget that our policymakers and elected officials need the support every single day to continue this, to really make our communities thrive. So what's next for Heartland Forward? We're going to be working actively on the digital equity plan in coordination with the state of Arkansas. We're going to be continuing our efforts with our Connectivity Corps fellows, and we're going to be focusing on workforce. Workforce needs are real. We haven't talked a lot about that here at this meeting, but I know many of you are thinking about how do we advance and make sure we're educating and training the jobs that are needed to spend these federal dollars. And then we want to expand our boots on the ground approach to other states across the heartland. So if you're one of those states interested in the 20 states in the middle of the country, please find me after. And we'll continue to be a resource with an ease of partnering with us to get the job done. So thank you so much for this honor. I greatly appreciate working with each one of you. There's lots of work to be done and look forward to doing it with each one of you. Thank you.
I got to be quicker on the transition. Okay, I am super excited to say that this year we're actually going to honor two people, which we've never done before, as Charles Benton Digital Equity Champions. And it was a former champion who said, well, Jesus, guys, there's so much going on. The field has exploded. Why are you, let's just do two. And so we said, well, why not? That sounds like a good idea to us. So, and look, as I introduce these people, I think you're going to understand why the selection committee couldn't just pick one of them. The first is Catherine Crago Blanton. So Catherine, who I've known for a really long time, and we've done some work together, she's the head of the strategic initiatives at the Housing Authority of the city of Austin, Texas. So just a neighbor, I won't say a stone's throw, but a train ride. And also Austin Pathways, a nonprofit that promotes the education and general welfare of low-income Austinites in subsidized housing programs. We work in a field where numbers are most often used to help us understand the scope of the challenges that we face. So let me today stress statistics that illustrate the success story of Catherine and her team. In 2015, about 4% of subsidized housing households in Austin were connected. And under Catherine's leadership, by 2022, 78% of those households are connected. That is a 20-fold increase. She just said, wow, I say incredible, it's amazing. Catherine's digital inclusion programming accelerates trust by ensuring public and private partners invest in participatory innovation. Catherine works closely with and frequently convenes, and I've been part of this, nonprofits, governments, and technology providers across the region and engages with academia and other researchers. She has provided testimony to federal agencies, including the Federal Transit Authority and the Department of Energy on digital equity issues, presenting meaningful solutions and best practices affecting low-income people in public and affordable housing. And she requires policymakers, technologists, and philanthropists to participate in resident-led discussions about lessons learned so stakeholders can weave digital equity into their departments and funding and service requirements. In 2020, the Benton Institute publication Toward Inclusive Urban Technology highlighted how Catherine and her team's work helped build a human infrastructure to grow the capacity of residents, protect their technology-related priorities and rights, and approach technology change management in a community-based way. And I think this was really revolutionary. A lot of people have copied this kind of work that Catherine really blazed the trail of. And so I think that Catherine was one of the strongest leaders in the affordable housing space. And she really, she would say, I don't do this alone, and I agree. She leans into collaboration in all of her work, and she has her ear tuned to find common purpose and is prepared to work out solutions. And she's consistently linking people and organizations to resources and including new entrants to help build digital equity capacity. So there's a theme here. I'm looking out at the space, I feel really old, and honestly, it is just great to see young people here, and it's people like Catherine and Angie with the ACC fellows that are really bringing some young people into this field, and we need an army to get the work done. So please join me in applauding the 2023 Charles Benton Digital Equity Champion, Catherine Crago Blanton.
Thank you, Adrian. You are so awesome. Oh, thank you, Adrian. Thank you for your leadership. One of the biggest joys over the past 8 years has been building really deep connections and a digital inclusion community in service to our housing mission, which is to alleviate poverty and ensure that everyone can reach their full potential. And with the tremendous support of my organization, our residents people in public and affordable housing can volunteer as digital ambassadors to help their neighbors adopt digital tools. And that has been a jewel for me in my life, and more importantly, the engine for our program as we serve about 25,000 people every night and through our agency. Because it's the human connection that drives technology adoption. Our digital ambassadors, those HACA residents, as Secretary Raimondo was talking about that granular work, well, they understand that housing is a platform for digital opportunity. That aging infrastructure, it is a platform. They know which units a child can't open that door to the school because their hotspot doesn't work, even though they're right downtown. They know which units could keep working through an ice storm if only they had the right device at home. And they know who has a telehealth appointment on Friday and needs that telehealth appointment to happen in their unit because they don't have transportation. Two of our very talented community health workers are right here. Could you stand up? Myra and Gabby. Now, these are our OG digital ambassadors. They've put hundreds of hours in since, back in the day, like 2016, 17, into helping residents with digital tools. And then they made the decision to serve people through our health and wellness program. And they are amazing. If you come to Austin, now the tacos are good in San Antonio, but if you come up to Austin, yes, we will serve you. We will serve you some. You got better salsa music, but Myra and Gabby, you'll see them. We'll host you, and you'll see Myra out there, the community health worker with the construction crew behind her, the Google Fiber crew, and she's making sure she's that first knock. That when we deploy broadband, it's trauma-informed deployment of broadband. And Gabby, you'll see her maybe teaching a resident at our Lakeside property how to unlock an e-bike, an electric bike, so that resident can go downhill to the food bank and come back with that 25 pounds of food uphill and not have to rely on someone to do that. You'll see them doing that. And not just delivering, but they deliver, but you'll also see them designing, evaluating the programs, and leading them. And Myra and Gabby, they also mentor our Austin Community College IT interns. And there are a few of those folks here as well. Those interns, we've had 157 interns thanks to Austin Community College. They are work study interns. Really encourage everyone to try that. They are earning funds. They're paid by the Department of Education. And they refurbish computers and they recover passwords and they listen. And they come in saying, I want to work at Facebook and Google. And when they leave, they say, I want to use technology. Why? Because I want to help people. Collectively, in our digital, in our ecosystem, we are fortunate to live and work in a city where our current telecommunications and regulatory affairs officer, Rondella Hawkins, back when the internet was underground, when it was way underground. Yeah, I hear a clap for Rondella. Yes. Back when the internet was underground, she was collaborating with folks like David Keys, who's a previous Benton Digital Equity, to liberate that internet, to provide free Wi-Fi in neighborhoods. And that's the kind of community that we're in. And where our housing executive, public housing executive, Sylvia Blanco, back in the day, veteran housing executive, and Rondella and Austin Freenet, they worked with a little internet startup called Google Fiber to make sure that every housing authority family has free high-speed internet in their housing units. About that time, I think Adrian and I met around 2015, maybe it was outside the FCC. And I found myself leaving the FCC for the DC airport, sharing a cab with a woman I had just met. She said, I am going to start an organization that makes sure policymakers know what we know about digital inclusion. And you can see the taxi driver looking, what's digital inclusion? Well, now, thanks to Angela Siefer, Every taxi driver in Washington, D.C. knows what digital inclusion is, because when the Secretary of the U.S. Department of Commerce says, take me to net inclusion, they know. They know what digital inclusion is. And I understand there may be a few hundred people here who are new to NDIA and net inclusion. You are joining an extended family with lots of differences, but a common goal. And it's so appropriate because Charles Benton, I was reading, Adrienne, believed that the biggest challenge in our society is having a diversity of views that helps people make informed and reasonable decisions and choices. And that's what this community is and does. For those of you that have helped our digital opportunity ecosystems, thank you. It could have been on an NDIA subscriber call. It could have been a late night text. It could have been, hey, could you share with our ecosystem what you're learning? Thank you so much for building this community. And if you're new, try us, reach out. If there's something you need, call, text, email, LinkedIn, however you can get there, find someone, you will get there, because we will help you and support you in your vision for your community. Adrienne, thank you so much. I know, change takes a lot of energy and change takes time. And it feels like there's a tremendous amount of energy right now. It's all that money, but it's all of our energy that is helping to bend that arc of the moral universe toward justice in our moment. It's a challenge for us, all of us. Who is here? Who can we rely on? Who can we learn from? And who's missing? Who do we need to bring in right now while this moral arc is bending toward justice? Who do we need to bring in, and who needs to be at the table now, 5 years from now? Because it is that human connection that through NDIA and this wonderful efforts of the Benton Foundation will secure our future, our digital equity future. Thank you.
I have to tell you, one of the most recent things that Catherine did was lasso me into a Texas in Women in Texas Government presentation. Wow, was that powerful, I gotta tell you. And there were like 400 women at this conference that she had lassoed to think about digital equity issues. Okay, our final award, and thank you all for your patience. I always say I'm between you and a cocktail, so let's get on with this. But I want to take the time to honor our third honoree. And I will say that when someone speaks about broadband and digital equity in Hawaii, the first name that's mentioned is Bert Lums. And so he is our third winner. And there is a gigantic Hawaii contingent who's going to cheer from the sidelines, but I will first get through my introduction. He is the Broadband Strategy Officer at the state's Broadband and Digital Equity Office, and as we said, the second digital equity champion this year. Bert has been a driving force in Hawaii technology and telecommunications for nearly 4 decades. And I did just hear he's celebrating his 40th wedding anniversary, so the wife has been getting an earful for quite some time. Let me say, I just met Bert. I've seen him on calls. He's been part of the universe, but I was in Washington, D.C. 3 weeks ago where I happened to have contracted COVID. And it wasn't from Bert, but he and I spoke for a long time, and he's just one of these enormously infectious and enthusiastic people, which I love. In March 2020, in response to the pandemic, Bert launched the Hawaiian Broadband Hui, a grassroots community gathering which convened more than 500 partners from diverse backgrounds who collaborated to increase Hawaii's digital capacity and support the continuity of social connections, education, employment, and access to other essential services throughout the pandemic. BERT has developed strong relationships across sectors through these weekly WHOI meetings to address the urgent need to provide digital connectivity to those in need. To date, this is stunning to me, he has held 137 consecutive meetings that engage more than 50 members each week. Now, you know, we're all required to do these digital equity plans. Think about all the work that he's been doing that can be filtered into these plans. It is such an incredibly brilliant strategy about how you bring a whole state along to be involved in this process. The WHOI has supported broadband infrastructure development in rural communities, provided digital devices for students and families, championed the accessibility of telehealth, this is a long list, provided information on low-cost internet options, and adopted a digital equity declaration to set a vision and goals for a more equitable digital future. The WHOI is collaborative by nature, and BERT has supported subcommittees and other member initiatives that leverage the collective strength of the WHOI. For example, BERT spearheaded community outreach of the FCC's Emergency Broadband Benefit Program, now of course called the Affordable Connectivity Program, to raise awareness for and encourage registration among low-income residents in Hawaii through outreach. He was able to educate the community on how essential it is for all Hawaiian residents to have internet access to go to school, work from home, visit one's doctor by telehealth, and much more. And here's the number, guys. 36,000 Hawaii households are enrolled in the Affordable Connectivity Program to date. It's amazing. So sadly, BERT can't join us today, though you will see him up here. I know the tech guys are back there working on it because, as he said to me, I am taking care of legislative session business in Hawaii. But perhaps, and this is where you all come in, please make enough noise so he'll be able to hear us. Let's give a big shout out to 2023 Charles Benton Digital Equity Champion, Bert Lum. And Amber Turnus is going to come up and accept the award. So I love this. We are going to get a little bit of Hawaii because Amber is bringing up colleagues who are going to do a chant of aloha for Bert. And for this gathering, and I really appreciate everyone's participation. So thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you all very much for being here today. Congratulations.
I'm the Lieutenant Governor for the state of Hawaii.
Apparently the last line says it's love is amazing. Go ahead, there she is.
The importance of broadband, whether it was in our workplace or in education, or even to receive quality healthcare. We realize all too much that broadband and reliable broadband was an important facet of our lives. congratulations to many people who have worked to ensure broadband equity and access. In the state of Hawaii, I want to especially congratulate Bert Lum, who heads the Digital Broadband Equity Office. And he is this year's Digital Equity Champion awardee. And without him, many of the things that we did in the state of Hawaii would not have been possible. So congratulations, Bert.
Thank you very much. Aloha, everybody. Thanks for joining us. And of course, I have to say that this is probably one of the greatest honors in my life. I do have to, obviously, Lieutenant Governor, thanks for that recognition. And, there's a lot of things that have happened over the course of the last 2+ years. The broadband hui, we started meeting back in March of 2020. And this past Wednesday was the 146th meeting of the broadband hui. And I have to admit, the broadband hui really is the group, the team, the constituents that have really helped to, make this recognition a reality. I also want to thank a couple of folks that, kind of helped to get my framing of what digital equity is all about. Our first community network was over at Puhonua, Waimanalo, and that was thanks largely to the Internet Society. And I will say that, the Benton Institute for Broadband and Society, that is my regular reading, probably for the last, it's a daily newsletter, and I read it every day religiously. And I'll tell you, Kevin, that, this reading is, if it's not in the Benton newsletter, to me, it's not real. So that is where I get my real news about broadband and digital equity. And of course, I want to thank the National Digital Inclusion Alliance that has really helped to pull a lot of this great information together, and really throughout the entire nation have pulled all the digital equity practitioners to the table. So I really want to thank them all. And of course, I do want to thank again the broadband hui. There are many people at the Digital Net Inclusion 2023, and if you find them, please seek them out. I do want to finally say that you've heard the term digital equity is the heartbeat of this broadband technology. But here in Hawaii, we really like to think that the idea of digital equity is our effort, our mission, our cause to spread aloha. So with that, I want to say mahalo. If you want to know what that really means, seek out any of the folks that are part of the Hawaii contingent there at Net Inclusion, and they will tell you what it means to spread aloha through this work that we're all doing. So mahalo, everybody, and thanks for having me.
That was so inspiring. Thank you all, and congratulations to this year's Benton Award winners. So this is the end of our second day of of net inclusion. As I shared earlier, there are dinners being arranged and receptions, so check outside on the bulletin board, and we'll see you here tomorrow morning at 9 for our final day. I can't believe it's almost over of net inclusion. Thank you all. Have a great night.